No. Jake. Good to meet you, man. No, I appreciate it, but yeah. Yeah, put it on whenever. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Hey guys, thanks for being the few people who came and showed up. I appreciate it. I'm Jake Hamilton. I work on Urbit, and specifically on Bitcoin software running on the Urbit network, and currently migrating the basis of our networking over to Bitcoin, which is the topic today. That project is called Groundwire. But before that, the question is probably like, what is Urbit? I've been surprised how many people at the conference so far are at least like minimally aware of what Urbit is. What they do know varies a lot, so I'll sort of like start from the top. So it's about a 25-year-old project, or about 20-year-old project, sorry, a little bit older than Bitcoin. The first development started in 2004, thereabouts. And so the lore is that it started with a vision in the desert of a crashed Martian spacecraft that was running Martian software, which means like multi-million-year-old software, right? Because, you know, water evaporated on Mars a long time ago. Any such civilization would have to be millions of years old at this point, leading to the sort of Gnostic question, like, what would such software have to look like? After you'd been, you know, had passed your computing revolution millions of years ago, it's pretty much unthinkable that you would still be getting, like, monthly hot patches for security vulnerabilities on your Windows operating system, right? There's no way you're going to pass the Great Filter that way. Your civilization wouldn't exist anymore. So in order to be stable and frozen at that level over such a long period of time, what would software have to be like? And this sprawls out into, obviously, 20 years and a huge stack worth of questions. It's sort of concretely manifest as a clean slate, meaning from the machine code up computing stack and accompanying network protocol designed for permanence, simplicity, legibility, and sovereignty in the sense that each computer is like strongly associated with an identity and controls its own data and compute and its own identity on the networking protocol around it so that these things can be logically separated out and not depend on ephemeral centralized data and computation that's happening somewhere else and can't be verified. So again, this like sprawls out into a lot of questions, but like two high-level ones to highlight with respect to Bitcoin are if we reinvented the personal computer knowing that that all machines were going to be networked and that there was such a thing as the internet, what would we change? What would we want out of it? And then the other is, again, like the principal blockers to practical self-sovereignty at scale across all machines and all of their users. So the actual stack. So the machine code is called NOC. It's homoiconic, meaning code and data are represented the same way as numbers, and it consists purely of binary tree operations. There are 6 that are actually necessary, and then another 5 that are syntactic sugar over those 6 basic binary tree operations. They're executed by deterministic virtual machines. There are 2 of them, one in C, one in Rust, that's var and sword, that can run on any Unix host. And the data from your operating system can actually be like compressed down and SCP'd from one server, one Unix host to another, and then just booted back up and run from anywhere. So on top of the machine code, we have like an actual human usable system level language that's called Hoon. Like NOC, it's purely functional. It also has a static type system and a self-hosted metacircular compiler. So written in Hoon is Arvo, is the actual, we call it the operating function as opposed to the operating system because it is a pure function of its state and an incoming event from the Unix runtime. It's a microkernel. 30K might be a little out of date. It might be like 40 or something now, but it's like compared to units, it's extremely small with typed interprocess communication. So that pure function is like state event to state effect. Event and effect are I/O with the Unix runtime, and that NOC formula 20302 is actually the entire root operating function. What that means, like NOC, so event and state are a binary tree, right? The left and right sides, that's your subject or your context for the computation. NOC2 says, run my first child, which is 03, against that subject, and then run the next child against the subject, and run the result of the second against the result of the first. So it just says, grab the event, grab the state, run the event against the state. That's it. That's the entire operating system function. So there's a lot of interesting architectural convergences or parallels with Bitcoin that kind of fell out of this. So the runtime keeps an event log of everything that ever comes in or comes out for Arvo, its events and effects. And that means that you can do a deterministic replay, right? So if I want to go back a million events ago and rerun it back up to my present state, I can do that deterministically without failure, and I'm guaranteed to be able to do so. And so that gives you something like a local time chain, right? Like we have the exact same structure. We have an event loop, like that's like block processing and validation, and then we have this stored event log. Now, obviously, like, you know, we truncate that event log eventually. We don't need to keep, you know, all the way back in time for your personal computer, the way full node does for the Bitcoin time chain. But we do, when we truncate that event log, we hash all of the events that we're getting rid of and use that as like basically an assume valid by checkpoint that does like durably record all of the information from your previous history. So another interesting thing is that we have the equivalent of the problem that led to the creation of L2s, which is that hitting the event log is really expensive because every time you get a new event, you have to write to disk, right? So that's like every single keystroke is a separate disk write, right? Every network packet coming in, separate disk write. Unless you find some principled way of maintaining the guarantees of the purely functional operating system without always hitting the event loop for every individual Unix event. So for one, we have the scry namespace. So that's like a read-only, referentially transparent namespace so referentially transparent meaning the same request always gets the same result, no matter what. So like if at any given file system path, you update the data that's at that path, you have to create a new one with a new version number. So like every path for all data and code in Urbit is versioned. And once you have sent data at a particular path or said that it is there, you have to respond in the future with either that data or its hash. And notify subscribers that that data has been hashed and terminated. So what that allows us to do is that at the level of the runtime, without hitting the actual Urbit event loop, we can have a read-only namespace that like a foreign client can read from without the event loop having to get booted up and respond explicitly and write that response to disk to the foreign requester for the data. Directed messaging applies this like scry concept and referential transparency to network packets coming in over TCP/IP. And so jetting, which was actually cited in the Simplicity white paper originally, so basically knock executions are extremely inefficient on traditional legacy hardware because like they're manipulations of binary trees, and traditional legacy hardware uses like linear sequences of memory words, right? So like our decrement function for the native knock decrement function is count up to n-1 or count up to k-n. Basically, like there is no more efficient native knock function. So what we do is we have jets, which is like, depending on what your runtime is, like C or Rust, it's a C or Rust function that is verified to always produce the same output as some knock formula. We register that, and then whenever we encounter the knock formula for like inefficient decrementation, we can drop down to this like verified interpretation at the level of the runtime. This isn't something that we have to use forever. There's like work to create FPGAs that do efficient knock computation natively, but this is a method that we have of operating more efficiently while maintaining the guarantees. And Simplicity borrows this because it similarly uses like, for legibility, uses a very simple sequent calculus-based combinator language that is not actually efficient to run and needs to be translated into whatever the local programming language context is. And then finally, we have the notion of like Kelvin versioning, which goes back to this million-year-old software, and how do we get there to something that can be that stable? So Urbit version numbers count down to 0, not up. Everything in system software does. So like our standard library, for example, is currently at Kelvin 410. So that means we have 410 more changes to the standard library before it has to be frozen forever. And this creates a kind of like, I mean, it's arbitrary what you choose the initial number as, but once you've chosen it, you now need to interpret these changes and how many of them you have left with a view to, like, we're trying to get something that we can freeze forever in 400 steps. And it gives a certain discipline and like a rigorous definition to what we just sort of like memify as ossification in other contexts. Okay. So going on to the network. So AIMS is our networking protocol. It's end-to-end encrypted. It has exactly once message delivery, hole punch, which we call NAT traversal, which is firewall traversal to be able to connect nodes that are behind home firewalls, and Merkleization-based packet authentication, which is outside the scope of this talk in terms of its details, but for people who are like kind of Merkle obsessed, like I am and a lot of Bitcoiners, it's especially cool. It's called the lockstep protocol, or the Blackman traversal. Yeah, so that's the networking protocol AIMS, and what it uses for the identity of nodes are these human-readable network addresses that are bound to BIP32 XPubs on chain. So that's like what you're seeing over on the right there. So that number, 1.029440303, that's me. The indication in front of it is a typecast to the type PAP-P or aura PAP-P, which is of a human-readable phoneticization. So that translates to Tonda Sitrime, which is my identity. And it also, you can deterministically generate one of these visual sigils out of it. So what having these network addresses bound to xpubs on chain facilitates for us, one is key rotation, right? Like if your key is compromised, if you lose it, if you're just like paranoid and autistic and rotate your keys every 6 months, like I probably should, then you can still maintain this one same identity even though your messaging keys are changing over time. Then the other is global discovery over TCP/IP. So we have something called the sponsor mechanism, which just means that if I want to send somebody a message, like by name, what I do is look up on chain who is their sponsor, and that sponsor is somebody who has an IP address that's known or that can be routed to. And then that person, their runtime engages in like a keep alive cycle with my runtime. So anytime that like my IP changes, because it's dynamic, it's behind a firewall, they attempt to get back in touch with me, or I notify them of my new IP, and so they are the beacon which allows that can forward new messages to me, and then me and that sender can establish like a direct end-to-end encrypted session, but for discovery purposes, we relay through the sponsor. However, there are problems with this scheme. The first of which is that it's on Ethereum. Boo, hiss, sucks. This happened in 2016. I didn't get on the network until late 2019, and wasn't a Hoon dev until a year or two after that. I've been trying to convince people to get off of Ethereum and strategize ways to do it and so on ever since for the past like 5 years. The situation has worsened since because obviously like for a time period, Ethereum fees were so expensive that we couldn't onboard people onto the network, and so they deployed this like half-assed L2, sorry guys, that just muddied and complicated the situation further. So last year there was something of a leadership crisis in core dev and the sort of like public goods funding for core dev and so on. And so myself and Christian Crawford, my main technical partner, and a group of others decided like, okay, now's the time. We're pulling the trigger and getting the fuck out of Ethereum. Like, so what are we gonna do? So I think bigger than just the problem of being on Ethereum itself, like with respect to this crisis and how we chose to do what we ended up doing, is just like the very fact of financialization of like, so basically like on Ethereum, these addresses are NFTs. They're ERC-721s, and they can be traded around and speculated on and financialized. But this means that that financialization is baked into the kernel. And it also was not pursued in a responsible fashion at all. I mean, it was like arbitrarily pre-mined all up front. I mean, somebody's dentist like has like a top level address, that kind of thing. And once it's baked into the kernel, every subsequent project has to grapple with, well, like how is the financial flywheel that funds the network, or how is this exact networking protocol compatible with my idea, which restricts the solution and design space for pretty much everything. And I've experienced that for years and finally got sick of it. And so the conclusion that we came to about this like hierarchical structure that I'll describe in a second is that it tried to satisfy too many goals a priori with the single solution of hierarchical addresses. The most common, cheapest like ordinary user addresses, planets, are being offered for free because it's the only way to onboard, and which has a direct conflict with the desire to have this address space like be spam resistant and gain value over time. The mid-level addresses, mid-size addresses, which are 16-bit and are intended as infrastructure nodes, they don't actually route because it was causing slowdowns and problems with like no actual benefit at the time, and so was turned off, never turned back on. And then for all of this, like the number doesn't actually go up on any of these assets. I've done nothing but lose money supporting the network with address space. So it's not even really serving the purpose of a financial flywheel for development. So, Groundwire is a project to soft fork the network onto Bitcoin. So what do we mean by a soft fork in the context of something like this that isn't a blockchain? One is that we're not going to partition the network, right? Like we always want to be able to talk to all of the existing ships and for them to be able to talk to us and each other and so on. We don't want to effectively impersonate anybody or double spend their identity. Like I don't want to recreate Tondas Sitrime on Bitcoin without destroying it on Ethereum. And then more subtly, we don't want to change the code in a way that incentivizes existing like large bag holders to fork the kernel or that creates an incentive conflict. But so we have, our group has a lot of carte blanche to like make changes to the kernel to make Groundwire possible. But those changes need to not be either financially or anti-financially opinionated, such that like a lot of people would have a reason to like form their own core dev and do some and go back to the old version. So what did we end up doing? Okay, so azimuth.sol is the existing namespace on Ethereum. So azimuth addresses, so azimuth addresses have 3 types. We've got galaxies, stars, and planets. That's 8, 16, and 32-bit addresses. Those are real, finitizations, liar, hodlier, massive hodler. So those things are all attested on chain. 64-bit addresses are called moons. They are not attested on chain, but they're deterministically associated with the planet that generated them. And so that planet is known to route for them. So to contact a moon, you contact this planet. They're intended for your kids or your other device or something like that. In practice right now, they're used for app distribution. So like rather than put the application or like the network demand or something on my principal ship, I spawn a moon like distr.dazad and use that. So finally, we have the 128-bit address space. And this is where this is what's relevant here. So these are supposed to be throwaway anonymous identities with no persistent networking state. You boot it, you can talk to people, but then once you turn off, you're done. You can't rotate your keys, you can't reboot the ship again, you can't move it around to a different IP address, it has a fixed relationship. A fixed relationship with IP address and so on. And actually a baked-in relationship with its messaging key, because it is actually the hash of the pub key that it uses for messaging, right? So we take that messaging key, we hash it, we phoneticize it, and we get something like, this is again a real comment, 1 byte, Maghreb, Bisram, Tamwike, etc. The Comet handshakes, the Comet handshakes with other ships, azimuth ships generally, with a self-attestation message that starts any given exchange. It has a signature of the hashed key, rather than what you would normally do, like when one planet contacts another, which is look up the public key infrastructure on chain to get what the current messaging key is and evaluate that against the signature that you receive in the initial packet. And so the mining process for Comets, quote unquote, is that you're looking for a pub key that is numerically below a certain set of stars that are known to be live, which are the sponsors that inform anybody else trying to reach them of what that fixed IP is. So what are we doing? Since we have this carve out in the networking protocol for 128-bit addresses that is outside of the existing attestation mechanism on Ethereum, what we can do is attest those comets out of band from the perspective of Ethereum clients, on Bitcoin specifically. So the on-chain mechanism is a new inscription meta protocol, right? Like ordinal inscriptions. There's only one meta protocol in existence as far as I'm aware right now. It's just ORD, right, for all of the MIME type inscription data and so on in those OPIF envelopes. So we switched to ERB. So instead of having MIME typed data, we have serialized knock events that are run by a client-side state machine. So you have a boot event, a key rotate event, an update my sponsor event, etc. So the boot event attests the node's address, which is the hash of a pub key, like any other comet, but this is a pub key that's tweaked with tagged hash, the tag Bitcoin, the pre-vout spent by the commitment transaction, and the index of a particular sat. So the tweaked key, the internal key, in sort of taproot terminology, is your initial messaging key. We specify the ordinal for batching purposes, basically, so that you can do the equivalent of a coin join and mint many new identities, or do many, not just boot events, but other kinds of events as well. You can imagine, so for example, down at the bottom, I mentioned sponsorship is interactive. Sponsors need to co-sign because they actually have to do work in keeping up with you and sending the keep alives and making sure they have a non-stale IP address. And And so that interactivity would mean that, like, if I want to sponsor a bunch of other nodes, like maybe as a business, maybe just because I care about Urbit, then what I would do is do like a batch acceptance of lots of things together, right? And so for that, I need to be able to have all of my envelopes point to, have pointers that are more specific than to a UTXO, basically, in order for efficiency. Yes, all right. And so in the boot event, so besides the node's address that we just created, we put in a networking beacon. So like today, only the on Ethereum, only the galaxies have like a public static IP or DNS posted, and everybody else bootstraps. So we're expanding that to allow anybody to post an IP or DNS, and or the name of some sponsor. Right, and so this means that now you can do basically like sponsor chasing. So I sponsor somebody else who sponsors somebody else, and so when someone goes looking for that person, we do like a chain of, hey, what's the IP address? Hey, what's the IP address? Hey, what's the IP address? And we get back to a beacon who has some way of resolving to TCP/IP what's on chain. Yeah, so we have other later event types. I think I have, yeah, here we go. So like, I mean, this is just an example of the bizarre Martian Hoon code that is handling these event envelopes, right? So like the ORD core is the state machine, handle TX is obviously like a transaction coming in, and then we're going through and dealing with the Urbit envelopes, of which thief is a type that deals with the network beacon, escape deals with sponsorship relationships. Well, if anybody has questions about like the nature of the code and what the hell is going on here, feel free later or something. Did I miss anything there? No. Okay, so tweaking keys with a source tagged hash pointer to attestation data means that, like, so the handshake message can do two things, right? It doesn't have to be Bitcoin, for one thing, which is important to the sort of non-opinionated kernel changes, right? Like, you can put anything in that tag that produces domain separation telling you, and like, yeah, clear text like domain separation telling you, go look at Bitcoin, go look at Ethereum, go look at Namecoin, like whatever you want to do, Nostr for that matter, a particular Nostr relay, to find my attestation data. And then, I mean, at least in the case of consensus network attestation substrates, you can have a mutual cryptographic commitment between the on-chain boot announcement and this initial handshake message. Because the handshake message, like you are using a tweaked key that says like, I am attested in a transaction spending a particular prevout, and whose descendant outputs are owned, like whose descendant outputs contain a particular SAT that still needs to be under some ownership key, right? So like basically I can say, go look at Bitcoin and you will find like proof of my commitment here that I attested myself, on Bitcoin. So you have this nice mutual binding relationship. So then for establishing, the usage of that consensus network for spam resistance on the Urbit network or on the off-chain network, we can use, fees is all we're doing right now, but like you can increase that fee rate, you can time lock coins, you can burn coins. Anything that is potentially costly are all mutually compatible options for realizing that spam resistance without what Azimuth does, which is obviously, there's like 256 8-bit addresses, 65,000-ish 16-bit addresses, right? And so that's like, it imposes an artificial scarcity, which, the 128-bit space is also finite technically, but you could have something for every speck of dust in the solar system if you wanted to, which going into the era of AIs and pervasively networked devices is actually, I think, a much more realistic cardinality of namespace than the few billion that we have on Ethereum today. So what this switches is from Azimuth to Groundwire is from a hierarchical network topology to a mesh topology. So like the way it works today, we had this bow tie pattern where I relay, and like so basically like at the lowest level between these two planets, like if my end-to-end one-to-one connection with them goes out of date, like they don't respond to a new message because their IP address behind that firewall has changed, what I do is relay through the hierarchy. I know numerically or deterministically like who their star is, who their galaxy is, and so I relay down the hierarchy on the other side, and then they do the same thing back to me, and that's how discovery works. With Groundwire, instead, like we don't have root nodes like galaxies, right? We allow any node to potentially be post a static IP or a DNS, and then chase these sponsorship chains to find such a person in order to find who we're looking for. And it is like sort of an open, flat topology, and so technically is potentially bootstrapless networking. So like even Bitcoin, right, has 10, 12 like root nodes that are hard coded into core that you handshake, that you reach out to the first time you boot the daemon. And that's how you find out, that's how you get peer information for other nodes on the network. And so similarly, Urbit today does something like very similar with the galaxies. Groundwire would do, I think, a little better from a decentralization perspective and permanence perspective than either one, because it allows this open set of who you can contact. And as long as somebody, presumably in any case, somebody got you onto the network who is on the network themselves, if they're your default sponsor, that's your default bootstrapping route, right? And it's a completely open set that you can get the rest of the network from. I just said all of that. No, half of it. Yeah. So the other thing about this, right, is that in Azimuth, we have these mid-level, like scarcer addresses that are supposed to be like routing and infrastructure nodes. So this isn't like a bad like shitcoining in and of itself. Like every real-world network differentiates between routing nodes and edge nodes. Like you have backbone servers, you have routing nodes on Lightning, right? This is just like that power law scaling is basically a law of nature. It's the same thing that produces like the patterns in tree branches. So it makes sense that potentially, we would want a higher visibility or higher cost signaling set of addresses and have that be recognizable from the structure of the addresses themselves. But what's important is that we don't like a priori bake this in to the underlying protocol. There's only one way to do this. We choose the number of such addresses that there can be, and like that's it, right? Instead, these would be opt-in higher layers in the future that could compete among themselves, like L2s. So you'd have market competition at the protocol level. It's one of my favorite memes that came out of the original political controversy over this whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, so applications. So, I mean, comments are just pub keys, right, or pub key hashes. So compared to the existing system, interoperation between Nostr and Urbit under a Groundwire protocol is trivial, right? Because you're always just reaching out to a key in either case. That's the source of your identity. Similarly, you can take an existing Nostr XPub, tweak it, hash it, put it on chain, and you have now a Groundwire identity. That's really all it takes. And so this, for people who wanted to use it, this would give like a number of benefits for Nostr accounts that, to my understanding, don't exist today, like key rotation and persistence, relayless discovery. I think today you have to pick your relays, and I think in most cases they've heard of pretty much everybody who's on the network. But I mean, that's not really a scalable way of doing discovery. Whereas you're always looking at the same global consensus and persistence layer. And then there's also, I mean, just for having a Urbit node as opposed to just like a browser client, you have edge computing, right? So you have like data persistence, you can run an app against like your incoming messages in Nostr, you could do stuff, I mean, a full sort of Turing complete user space range of applications that don't have to depend on like ad hoc integrations with external software in Unix or Windows. And then finally, like the Nostr's solution to spam resistance, which is like off-chain zaps, and then the Groundwire on-chain witness solution for making messages costly, gives you pretty much like a full on and off-chain L1 and L2 multi-mechanism way of doing costly signaling for spam resistance. So you have kind of maximum configurability and flexibility for who you're willing to talk to, what messages you want to filter, how you want to attest yourself as not being spam, and so on. Yes, the other is like to Bitcoin itself. So me and my predecessor, Dasrun Fadbaden, have built a working Hoon Lightning Node implementation. I say most of for two reasons, like good and bad. So the good is that some of the Bolt spec does not have to be re-implemented because it's already parts of the Urbit networking protocol. So like Bolt 1 is already baked into AIMS. We don't need to like re-implement those keep alives and so on. Then the bad-ish reason is just that So we can open and close channels, we can send payments and relay them between channels, but like I haven't written onion routing for it yet. And we need like some PRs from Earth, like LND, Earth Lightning nodes, to be able to have multi-hop on both the Urbit and Earth side payment paths. So those are the only things like really missing right now is like a working Lightning node implementation. And besides like just burning that down and like rewriting it and the onion routing and for it and so on. The next big project for me and a couple people is like an actual Bitcoin full node implementation in Hoon. And so once those exist, you can think of these like, as opposed to, I don't know, ENS names or like social media handles or something like that. Like what we're talking about when we attest these keys on chain is that you're attesting your node's encrypted relay key. Like that's what you're doing. Like you basically, I want one of my coins to be burdened by a multisig between my cold key or hot key or whatever and my node's encrypted relay key, and I want a little bit of metadata that says like, this is where you can talk to the person who's using this encrypted relay key for messaging. And so you can use that at L1 for nodes attest, like Bitcoin full nodes attesting their own IP address and messaging key. You can also do it with Lightning nodes or with any other kind of L2. And you can do all of that inside the same runtime, the same operating function system structure, and it shares like a full application user space that's all interoperable with those. So I mean, you can see a lot of potential benefits, like in a mature scenario for L1 and L2s to be able to attest to changing locations, secure your connections to other nodes. The fact that it is extremely portable, that you can just like SCP your entire environment, Lightning and Bitcoin node included, like over SSH. That you have like a single shared environment and composability with any user space application that anybody writes. It has a baked-in web server. And you have all of these mechanisms of spam resistance and attestation of like particular levels in a network topology that you're able to avail yourself of. Yeah, so that's basically it. I mean, in terms of call to action, I mean, as you might imagine, like rewriting everything from the machine code up in Martian is a big project where you're dealing with Bitcoin, with people's money, and something that is already itself kind of alien technology. There's like a big need for people who are as experienced as possible in the protocol that you're trying to re-implement to audit your code, write code, get interested, experiment and play with it. Like, otherwise it's never going to be secure or never get to that level of maturity. So it would be, I would devote an arbitrary amount of time to teaching Bitcoin and Lightning devs Hoon. And I think so with a lot of people, we've got a lot of buy-in, from the community in general to move as much over to the Bitcoin ecosystem as possible. And there's a lot of like Hoon devs interested in working on this, but we have a deficit of people who have worked on production grade Bitcoin code in an Earth context before doing this. And so that would be tremendously helpful for both just like quickening the development cycle and feeling better about the security when it does get done. So yeah, that's me, Jake Hamilton. That's my X account and my current Urbit Planet name, email. My main technical partner is Christian Crawford. You can reach him on Urbit at Sarp and Laplux. There is an Bitcoiners group on Urbit under Bitcoin Sign Guys account, pinned at Timot, if you know Christian Langalis. And then I think the urbit.org FAS Bitcoin is a little bit out of date because of the sort of leadership strife, but you can find a lot of information about our projects there.
One thing you described was just the kind of the state machine where how the events are handled with essentially some idempotent handlers and stuff, and then the addresses. So is that to enable just the connection between nodes, like networking between them? Or?
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, if I want to, so I tell you like my name on Urbit, right? You want to be able to send like a direct message, send a DM to my ship, which is what we call nodes as ships. then what you're going to do is you're going to look for that name like on the Bitcoin chain. I mean, you're going to look for these op-if envelopes that start with that meta protocol heading herb. You're going to find one that attests the sort of dephoneticization of my name to a number, right, a particular key. And then because that key is tweaked, when you get a message back from me, right, so you're also going to find the IP address or somebody who can tell you what my current IP address is, right? So like your initial message either goes straight to me if I have IP or DNS, or it gets relayed to me if I have just some sponsor on chain, and then I respond with like a signature proving that I am actually this person, right, that you're looking for on chain, and I do that by signing with this tweaked key and providing an and if it was the other way around, right, like I'm reaching out to you initially, I mean, I guess, sorry, your initial packet to me provides like a signature based on your key and the tweak information required to say like, hey, look me up on Bitcoin at this UTXO, at this SAT index, and you will find the envelope information required to see what my current messaging key is and validate my signature.
Okay, so
does that make sense?
Instead of using like IP addresses, I guess it can be any identifiers depending on like the addresses you have. Okay.
Right, it's an overlay network,
And then
right?
the communication happens off chain. What?
Yeah, this is off chain, right? This is
Okay,
just like this is just a peer-to-peer. So these computers, like skipped over. Like, so these are all like personal servers with a peer-to-peer networking protocol, right? We all talk directly to each other. And that server, sort of the ideal that we're going for is that you should be able to take that virtual machine server, personal server, pick it up and take it anywhere else. So like if it's on my home computer, I can put it in the cloud. If it's in the cloud, I can change providers, whatever. And like the peer-to-peer network will keep up. We'll still know where to contact me and like,
So
yeah.
just using the blockchain to find each other essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, to find each other and to rotate your messaging keys, yeah.
And we have time for one more question. No? Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Okay.
All right, we're live.
Okay. Thanks everyone for coming and attending, and everybody who's out there in the internet. So I think a show of hands, who's done some kind of form of mining before? So almost everybody here. That's great. So I wanna try to impress upon you two things from this talk. One is sort of a bit of the context from that the overall context that we have when we talk about things like mempool policy and things, and it's kind of in this wider context of the whole mining industry and kind of the decisions that they make. And it's easy to get kind of lost in the weeds of the you know the software side of the world of Bitcoin. But so that's one thing I want to impress is sort of the wider context, and the other is how we can start looking at mining as a resource for accomplishing some of the other things that we typically rely on crypto and software for, like privacy. So yeah, how large is the Bitcoin network really? So if by the numbers, currently it's around 900 exahash a second, but I actually have like a background in astronomy, so we're kind of used to throwing around really big numbers and then just like pretending that we know what they mean. But it's actually like hard to fathom how large this number is. So I thought, like, let's do a little bit of an experiment. So currently on the market is the S21 Hydro from Bitmain, I believe. And its retails at $5,000 US. And what it buys you is 335 terahash a second, 16 joules per terahash is their efficiency, and it takes about 8 to 10 liters per minute of cycling water to keep it cool. So if you were to run the entire Bitcoin network on S21s, you would need 2.7 million of them. I don't know about you, but I don't have 2.7 million of anything, so it's hard. It's still kind of hard to understand what that means. So if you were to do this, if you were to look at just the flow rate that would be required to support all of those miners, it would be about 25 times the flow rate of Angel Falls waterfall, which is in El Salvador. It's the tallest waterfall in the world, I believe. Or a little bit closer to home, it's about 1/8 the total volume, the total flow rate of Niagara Falls, including the American side, and Bridal Falls side. The Canadian side is actually more entertaining if you do go to Niagara, but it's beside the point. If you look in terms of the power that the network uses, is about 3 times the power of the Niagara Falls power generator. So about half the water that goes, that's available to the falls system, half of it goes to power generation, and the other half goes to tourism. So these operations are, mining is it's a literally industrial powerhouse, and so this is the Riot mine in Rockdale, I believe. And it's kind of weird that it sort of feels like it's happening like right under our noses, unless you're like directly involved in the mining industry and you go to mining conferences or you visit one of these sites. It's hard to like feel what it's like. I highly recommend, if you get a chance to visit a mine and especially an air-cooled mine, and like go into the hot box where all the miners are pointing at you, and you really start to like feel what's really going on, or in some intuitive sense. It's like the mecca for Bitcoiners. So this is the plot that we usually show when we talk about hash rate with regard to privacy and policy. This is the mining distribution as of today. So this is from Mempool space. I don't know if you can see the font there, but this is using one of the worst types of charts in the world, the pie chart. And the reason why it's all the data visualization experts hate it, is because it completely removes the scale of what you're talking about, and you just see like, oh, it's like proportionally. But the funny thing about mining is that, like, in spite of how much mining gets centralized into certain pools, it always kind of rebalances, and it hasn't actually led to any double spends in Bitcoin. But so what it's now, I think today it's more about the policies that each pool has, and the fact that a lot of pools, even though they look like they're distinct things making their own decisions, they may just be proxies for ant pool. And I think most of the industrial scale miners, though they're sending their hash rate to different pools, it's all ending up with ant pools. So they're basically setting the templates for the mining industry. And since they're a large, centralized company, they can be leaned on for instituting other kind of filtering policies that we may not be in favor of. So enter the hash rate marketplaces. So these are ways that you can get into mining by paying for it, with just Bitcoin. And there's plenty of cloud mining services available to us, but they're a very small, percentage of the total network hash rate. So, I think mining rig rentals, they've been around for quite a while. They're about 4%. Bitdeer is around 8%, and Bitfu is like 2%. So these are sort of mixed between cloud mining services, where like an individual is renting a specific mining rig, and independent of like how much Bitcoin they wanna convert into hash rate. So they have to like scale things that way, and versus marketplaces that allow you to buy larger amounts of hash rate or size hash rate, but it's basically from individual miners. So you're kind of trying to match the miners with the buyers. So and then Wrigley isn't on here, but we've entered the scene a couple years ago, and I think what we're doing is unique in this space. So I'll get to that a bit later. After talking a little bit more about like why do miners sell hash rate in the first place? Like why don't they all just mine to their own pool? Well, in the short term, it's about profit. So when you sell hash rate at a marketplace, you can sell it for more than you would make if you mined it to your own pool. So people are willing to pay a premium to get the hash rate that the miners are producing, and so they can that can help with their short-term goals, and in the long term, it limits their exposure to price volatility. So if you think about it, like miners have to speculate in like 5 different markets at once. So there's like the price of Bitcoin, there's the difficulty, like what the other miners are going to do in the long 6 to 8 months period. There's the price of power, and there's also the cost of actually just daily operations. And so if they can remove some of that exposure, that helps them stay in business. So so miners like us, for them it's pretty straightforward. But why are people buying hash rate? I mentioned before this idea that so they're paying a premium to get hash rate. So they're giving Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, and they're losing a little Bitcoin in the process often. And like, why would anyone do that, right? Well, for one, a lot of people, when they buy Bitcoin, they come from a larger institution so they're KYC'd coins. And so even if they remove them off the exchange, they're sort of still tied to their identity in some sense, which if you're a business and you want to like not show your competitors like the link between your inflows and outflows, that can be a huge privacy issue on just like on that side. But as an individual, obviously, if you want, if you're into Bitcoin because you want to have more say on what you're doing with your money, then that's a problem. So I don't need to make that argument here, but So depending on the pool, though, there's virtually no KYC. And the other advantage is that, so why don't people who are interested in privacy use like CoinJoin and services like that? And while those are available, they suffer from two main issues. One is like the ease of use, like educational side. You have to do some, install some software if you want to like do coin joining on or use Join Market and these tools. So for the average person, that's not as easy. And the second is the limits, the size of the amounts of Bitcoin that you would need to send through these coin joining services inhibits their use case, because like the whole point of being part of one of these mixers is that your anonymity set is proportional to the amount of Bitcoin you're sending. So you really want to be like a small fish in a big pond, and so you're limited by that alone. And so one way of looking at mining pools is they're just like gigantic anonymity sets for the people who are hashing it at any given moment in time. And so leveraging that for privacy is really, has a lot of benefits there. And then the other reason why people buy hash rate is this class of things that I call political reasons. So there's, depending on which pool you're joining, you can censor different transactions based on your worldview or what have you. And so having the freedom to choose what types of transactions you support happens there at the pool level. And then strengthening the network as a whole, like to make Bitcoin very difficult to attack. So reducing the double spend risk is kind of like, it's sort of like, trucks are really hard to stop once they get going. So if you make the truck twice as big, it's even harder to you want to stay out of its way, right? But so every additional pound you throw on the truck or the train, like yes, it does technically make it stronger, but if is that really why the train is in motion in the first place? It's actually to transfer goods and services. And so it's kind of like the network effect that Bitcoin's created has made it very hard to attack, but its purpose, though, is maybe a different thing. So that's kind of a philosophical tangent. But anyway, the influence on political or protocol decisions. So this is kind of another thing that, being able to vote with your hash rate may be important in the future, depending on, things are not, kind of above my pay grade, basically. So why do we need hash rate accounting? So I have this picture. I hope everybody's seen these things. But when you go outside and you're like, wait, I get this electric bill. How are they figuring out how much money I owe based on how much energy I used? And when the power grids were first created, they had to solve this problem of like, we invented the light bulb and now people are spending the power, but how much did they really spend? And so these things were invented to solve that problem, these metering things. And you'll see at the top, there's a little kilowatt hours symbol. And what that means is that they're integrating over time the power that's consumed. And so if you multiply kilowatts times hours, you get something like joules. So what they're actually measuring is the energy that you spend. And Bitcoin is a lot like that because of proof of work. And the fact that every machine has a certain efficiency, which is measured in joules per terahash, right? So I think what is really happening is Bitcoin's really a proxy for monetizing energy, which seems obvious. I hope I'm not saying something that's too obvious, but why do we need hash rate accounting? So one is to improve efficiency. Like if you have these meters, you can actually, and you can calculate how much hash rate's been delivered, then you can know when the person's already used all their electricity up and they need to be curtailed or what have you. And you can start servicing the next customer. So proper accounting of owed versus delivered. So once you've promise to give someone hash rate, how do they know that they've received all their hash rate? I'll show you in a second a graph that makes this makes it more clear why this is a problem if you don't have a proper counting system. And then you can only manage what you measure. So if you're able to measure how much is actually being the use of hash rate, then you can start to provide hash rate in larger groupings. You can send multiple machines from multiple different farms to the same endpoint or the same pool account effectively in order to size things dynamically. So there's all kinds of cool things you can do if you know what you're measuring. And then in order to leverage the power of the backing the network, this is more on the privacy end and how you can use Bitcoin, but you can use hashing to solve a lot of the problems that you are very difficult to solve on chain or even in upper layers. So this sort of layer 0 tricks that you can play with the hash rate networks. Okay, so currently we have, on the left, massive centralization in mining, but on the right, we also, so basically all these miners pointing everything to the same pool. And then on the right, we have like massive centralization on the retail side, where people are going to these institutions to get their Bitcoin, and hopefully the institution still has it. So everyone from your grandma to your baby is like in this situation. So how? So the thing is, like these two parties, like the miners and the retail, can solve each other's problems. So how do we? What we'd like is like the miner to work directly with the retail consumer user, the consumer of the hash rate. And how do we facilitate this in a way that, because it's a trust issue, really. This is the problem with a lot of cloud mining services is like, how do you trust that the miner is actually going to deliver what they say? And it all comes back to this question of metering. And so Wrigley, which is a company I work with, we've been building this platform for a couple years on how we think like the appropriate way to do this is. And it involves basically running what we call a proxy. So I'll explain a little bit about what these proxies are. So I mentioned before that like miners they think they're sending their hash rate to one pool, but it's actually just going to ant pool. And that's because a pool and a proxy are really, to the miner, they look like the same thing. So on the pool side, they have a list of workers, machines that connect to them. And all that is a little JSON blip that comes in from the machine and says, hey, here's my worker name. This is what my machine is called. There are many like it, but this one is mine. And so they tell the machine, like, okay, here's the difficulty target that you need to reach in order to produce what's called a mining share. And you go away and you work for like around 5 seconds and come back and tell me, like, once you've produced a share, it will take roughly 5 seconds. Then I will give you the next share to work on. And you can think of mining, the process of producing these shares, it's exactly the same as producing Bitcoin blocks. It's just like on a microcosm, on an individual miner, individual machine basis. So what we do is so we run a proxy where the miner connects to us. We take that little JSON blob and we change the worker name and we connect to the pool. In this case, Ocean Pool. You can choose any pool you want when you're buying hash rate through us. And the pool responds with the notify messages like, here's the work, and then we send that back to the rig. And then the rig responds with the work that they computed, and we forward that, and it just goes round and round. So how do we measure this order fulfillment? I keep teasing this as the crux of the issue, because this is what the hash rate actually looks like. It comes in as this. It's a random stochastic process, right? Like we see that in blocks get produced every 10 minutes on average, but sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's like 5 minutes. And difficulty is there to make sure, the difficulty adjustment is there to make sure that it retargets to around 10 minutes. And the same is true for hash rate. It's a random process, so that's like these small scale variations or what is the randomness in the hash rate. But then you still have, on top of that, you have like spikes in hash rate and you have like troughs. And these are basically the operational foibles or the issues of actually running a real world mine. So some of these mines are like gas powered, and so how they're generating the power is not as uniform as you might like it to be. Same with solar farm based mining. So there's a whole lot of variables in here that make this kind of random. So if you were to buy like 1,000 terahash for a day, well, like when has that been achieved? Like was it earlier in in this time period or that? So being able to answer that question is really important to determining whether you've got what you paid for. So how do you measure hash rate fulfillment? So I mentioned these proof of work shares happen every 5 seconds. So Peter Willa came up with this formula for how to go from the difficulty adjustment per share to the hash rate that corresponds to by multiplying by this factor of 2 to the 32, roughly. And what that factor represents is the probability of finding a block for a difficulty of adjustment of 1. So if there was no difficulty adjustment, you wouldn't be able to target this 5-second interval. And then the divisor there is the time between shares. So even though the machine is like, it's targeting exactly like a fixed amount, the share production is going to be random because the probability of finding a block is random, or finding a share is random. So now that we have this like differential, like every physicist wants to do, as soon as you have a differential, you want to integrate it because that's what they're there for. So everything that's observable in life, at the end of the day, there's some integral going on. And so if you integrate over this hash rate with a price, then what you get is a value in sats, for example. So if you look at the units down here, you have the hash rate in terahash per second, so that's in here. And you have the price in sats the hash price in sats per terahash per second per day. And then you have this day thing. So how many days were they hashing at that rate? So notice that like these two terms are functions of time. So we talked about how the first function of time is variable, but the second one is also, that is really what determines the value of the hash rate that you're getting. And so that's where the choices are made in terms of like what you're really selling is based on a price, and how that price is determines the product. So this is why at Wrigley, at Wrigley, when you buy hash rate, you have these 3 options, and each option is based on what you're using to represent the price. So in the first, the instant mining product, this is based on the hash price, sort of the global hash price as reported by Luxor. And it's a premium on top of that. So if you want to start hashing like this moment, then that's the price that you'd have to pay to incentivize the miner to send their hash rate through us to you. And then the second, or I'll point to the last one here, is the price at auction. So this is the market-based price that is in particular for the forward-dated auction. So I'll talk about that more. And then the middle one is the one we just started doing, which is fixed return mining, where the price is whatever it ends up being at the time, the global hash price, but you're paying in advance for it, and then you can lock in a fixed return. So, okay, so that first instant mining option, here, to get started, the first thing you really need is just a pool account, and I mentioned a lot of pools don't require KYC. So Ocean Pool, for example, you just need a public key. I think the public key is the worker name that they end up setting. So the payouts just go to Bitcoin pub keys or wallet addresses. So you set up a pool account. You choose the size of the hash rate order that you want. So you choose hash rate and a period of time, and then you click buy, and it will give you a QR code. You can pay with Lightning or on chain, and then you'll start seeing the hash rate show up in your pool account, and you can also verify that by looking at the dashboard on your order. You can look up your individual order and see that our numbers are matching what your pool account's numbers are saying. So that the next type is the auction type. So this is where you can bid on hash rate anonymously. So we don't require KYC either. You just need an email address to sign up. And so we have a lot of these. You can choose a name if you want to bid. I don't know why you would, but and then whoever wins the bid wins the hash rate. So this is for forward dated mining. So here, this is an auction that completed. The auction ended on April 3rd, but the mining doesn't begin until May 27th. So there is no hash price that's known beforehand for that time period, right? That's in the future. So this is really people speculating on what they think the hash price will be. And so here's, we've completed, I don't know, several hundred auctions over the last 2 years. And if you plot I have a cool plot I want to show you. I'll just move on. If you look at the hash, if you look at the ratio of like how much people made according to the real hash price versus how much they bid on, it covers around 1, but occasionally but there is a spread there. So some people make money doing speculating on what they think the hash price will be, and some people lose money because they guess wrong or they bid too high, basically. So there's risk there. And then this is the third way, which we've just started, where you can buy hash rate and get a fixed return on your investment. And so what we're doing is you're paying for mining up front. That is being sent to the miner, and the miner is building out their infrastructure with that sort of short-term loan. There's no contracts to sign for this. This is just you're buying computing power, but you're buying it in advance. And so you can select your seller. You select the hash rate amount that you want and the duration. And so, for example, in this case, it's a 3% discount for 1 month, but we have, I think we currently have a 6-month window for 6% return. So, yeah, look at I'll later show you the seller profiles. And so this is the receipt that you'll get once the hash rate's completed. You can also check it in real time on the site, but this is something you'll get in your email. And so here you see that the hash rate that was delivered was, 105% of what you paid for initially. So, and the way we're able to tell that is because of our metering system. Okay, so I call that a success. We've got the miner is paying for power. They're sending the hash rate to the user is sending their hash rate, or we're sending the hash rate to the user through Wrigley and to the pool of their choice. And what this is really, it's easy to forget that what's really happening in the physical world is that this is creating sustainable communities around improving power infrastructure. So this is one of our sellers, Trojan Mining. been mining for about a year and a half, and it's a mix of on-grid power, based in Nigeria. And so they're part of the Green Africa Mining Alliance. So some people want to support individual mining projects. And then here we have Wild Rose Mining is another that is currently hashing with us, and they're based in Alberta, but it's a mix of off-grid. It's basically off-grid natural gas that you're mining with, and so depending on like what your and then this is Biddy's, which is Marshall Long's operation. Marshall's been mining for like 12 years, so he's like one of the real OGs in the mining world. But and so we like partnering with miners who know what they're doing and who can deliver on the hash rate that they've contracted with us to provide. But it's important that like everybody has like this is really where like why as a middleman we're involved is that like a lot of mining operations fail and you want to make sure that people can deliver on what they're promising. So, but yeah, the other interesting aspect of that is being able to choose which miner. Like some people may only want like solar-powered mining, and they're afraid, of other forms of energy production. And so, mining is kind of one way to make that choice. Choose your miner, choose where your hashes come from. So, and then this is kind of a future thing that I'm always interested in is like how could you use hash rate for payments? Because there's this I mentioned there's always a units issue when it comes to doing physics, and in this case there's this like pesky USD thing floating around the system, and no one knows exactly how many there are, and they're just like seem to be generated out of thin air, and it totally messes up all of the accounting systems for like measuring real stuff, right? So it would be interesting if there was a way to like facilitate this hash rate delivery in a way that minimize the use of the dollar. So so one way to do it is like, well, we could just like pay the miner in dollars, and then they send the hash rate, so the miner doesn't have to go to the exchange, right? But the other way to do it is with this interesting project that Andrew Schroeder started called Distributed Charge, where you pay the miner, where people can, it facilitates payment for electricity using sats. So you remember that picture of the meter that I showed earlier? Well, like he built this metering system so like there's a meter there, and then there's a lightning node, and as you pay the lightning invoices, you get more and more power. So that's a really cool project. And then of course there's projects like Satoshi Energy and Sonoda who are working on helping miners pay for their power with Bitcoin directly. So yeah, go forth and mine. Check out Wrigley's fixed return product. It's a really straightforward way to get more to get a form of yield on Bitcoin that's not like a scam. So I think, and then I also want you to check out the Dirty Coin documentary. It's kind of cut off at the bottom, but my wife Ellie is in it, and it's a really cool look on how the mining industry is changing the world, but also like bringing power to people who don't have it. So that's really fun. So I think we have plenty of time for questions. I'd really like to hear from you guys. Yeah.
So in this model, what is the guarantee that one would get the hash rate? Like let's say if I pay today and I select the miner, let's say the one in Texas, and so I have already made the payment and I'll be getting my Bitcoin as a result of mining at the future date. What if something goes wrong with the miner? Is there any escrow that you maintain to guarantee refund for the payment, or how does that work?
Yeah, if so since we're able to meter the hash rate, if there's an outage, like there can be hiccups in the delivery, but we can still measure exactly what they've provided so far. And even if they're offline for a couple days, when they come back online, you can see your the total value you paid for is accumulating up to like 100%. So it almost, we haven't needed to use that mechanism of escrow, but it is available. So we have a 2 of 2 with the miner. Nico's in the audience, and he can speak more to it. He knows.
Yeah, it's a good question. So there's two scenarios. One is we escrow funds when the miner releases or receives the funds after the hash rate's been delivered. In those cases, you're paying a premium usually for the hash rate. Now, if you're going to make a return on the hash rate and you have to release the funds before, the hash rate ends up kind of working almost like a loan in that case. And like in any loan, there's always risk, right, that potentially the other party can default. We work really hard to diligence the miners that we are supplying the marketplace right now so that doesn't occur. But in like any profit kind of seeking venture, there's always the risk that that could happen, yeah. We also have a reputation system that we're developing that kind of like you used to have on darknet marketplaces where like, oh, I don't know who the other person that I'm working with is. That reputation system can basically, go to serve, kind of like you would have in a credit score as well, right?
And how many miners do you have are currently working? Like how many miners are you currently working with?
Yeah, so we have the two big miners that we currently have for the fixed return product we have three. Biddies in Texas, Trojan Mining in Nigeria, Wild Rose Mining in Alberta, and we're bringing on now a fourth miner that's based in Latin America. So they're going to be our fourth. We're currently looking for new miners to sell hash rate forward. Usually these are miners that need to go out and upgrade their equipment or expand their operations and need to kind of pull their payments forward and are willing to discount their future cash flow.
Yeah, so love Wrigley. Just curious what the incentive is for miners to offer hash rate on Wrigley instead of just mining.
Yeah, I addressed this a little bit. One is that they're getting a premium for what they could, like for an instant mining product, for example, you're paying more than the hash price. So the hash price is kind of very universal, like the Luxor hash price in particular, everyone uses that to gauge like how many sats they're really earning out of their pool. But of course, if you want your on-demand hash rate, then people are willing to pay, I think, around like 10% over spot hash price to get new, freshly minted Bitcoin. So, and I think as more institutional investors are getting involved, the demand is gonna skyrocket as well. And I should mention, like on the scalability thing front, like the delivering hash rate for, like on the proxy side, as far as proxy is concerned, 500 terahash, small rig is treated like the math is the same as if you're doing like 100 exahash like operation. It's the same exact thing. So it's the difficult part is in scaling up the miners by finding the ones that are hopefully most likely to succeed. So there's a way of doing this in a completely, like everyone just jump into the platform and hopefully you get a miner that actually produces. But I think that we're trying to be deliberate about who we're bringing on board, right? But Nico was going to also say something about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the premium is like a really easy sell for most miners, and there are other places where they can also go and try and fetch a premium. The fixed return right now, I think Luxor is the only other place where miners can go to kind of get forwarded their payments currently. But Luxor does that on a fixed kind of like price basis, right? So if for whatever reason there was potential upside on the hash price, miners would have to lock in that future price, and they would lose out on that potential upside. With us, if the hash price were to go up for whatever reason, they would just pay back their loan faster, right? Likewise, if for whatever reason hash price were to go down or they were to have outages, then it would take longer to pay back the loan, because the way we've structured the product for the buyers is that they're going to have, they're going to pay X amount, and they're just going to we're going to keep pointing the hash rate their way until they've made back plus the interest on the loan, so to speak.
Yeah, it goes back to the metering thing. If people aren't actually, like, imagine what the power industry would look like if nobody had meters. Like, it would be chaos, and I tell you. So I think that's kind of, or the narrative I'm pushing here is that, like, being able to measure things in reality is really the kind of the missing link in really monetizing power in a way that is transparent for everybody involved, and can let us, actually look at miners in terms of their real product that's hash rate. It's not like stock or like their dividends, their promises or whatever. It's like, just give us the thing that you're producing. It should be as simple as that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks.
So at what point should I start? Is it live streaming? Is it recording? It's probably not live streaming. Oh, both. You are live right now. Oh, awesome. Hello, internet. And that's your time. All right. So you can wait to start, but that is a hard out. Cool. All right. Yeah. I doubt I'm actually going to take up the entire 45 minutes here. It looks like we actually have 43 minutes. So, but yeah. Welcome everyone. Am I loud enough? Am I too loud? Good. All right. Cool. Great. Yeah. Welcome everybody to Every Merchant a Node Runner. I'm also calling this talk "Make Bitcoin Money Again." My name is Chris Guida. I'm a Bitcoin medium of exchange researcher, developer, and educator. And here's where we are and when we are. Okay, so here's just kind of an overview of what I'm going to talk about. Basically, we got this problem. It's the big money printer. It's ruining the world. It has all these perverse incentives that are causing all this bad behavior. I'm sure I don't need to go into this for you guys. We can talk about it after. But basically, there's a lot of wars and a lot of crime, and this is being fueled by unsound money. Bitcoin can fix this by becoming the new reserve asset. And so basically, we're going to replace the fiat standard that we have, which is unsound money, with Bitcoin, which is sound money. And there's a couple of barriers to Bitcoin's success right now. One of them is that very few merchants are running nodes. And Bitcoin is also not convincingly superior to the United States dollar in terms of medium of exchange. One of the major disadvantages that Bitcoin has right now is of course the network effect of the US dollar. Most people in the world kind of know what dollars are and accept dollars, or they'll reluctantly accept dollars. Whereas Bitcoin is kind of like a smaller, lesser known thing, and people don't trust it as much. They should trust it a lot more, but they're just not aware. So Lightning actually fixes Bitcoin. And so there's a couple of ways that Lightning can fix Bitcoin. Merchants can accept Bitcoin without trusting their customers or waiting for a confirmation. There's a bunch of altcoins that claim to be better media of exchange than Bitcoin by using only on-chain payments, and this strikes me as very confusing and irrational, because if you've ever gone to a shop and tried to buy something with an on-chain cryptocurrency, you know that you have to wait for a confirmation, and this is a very awkward experience, especially with 10-minute blocks. Some altcoins try to overcome this by having shorter block times, but it really doesn't help. Lightning is really the way forward. Just quit out of that. Yeah, okay, so Lightning fixes Bitcoin by allowing it to scale the medium of exchange function to the world without sacrificing decentralization. And I don't know how long you guys have been in Bitcoin, but there was a time when Bitcoin was less popular, and it felt very magical to use. You could just the blocks weren't full. Chain analysis wasn't a thing yet, so it just felt like it was just kind of like this magic spell. You could just send money around and nobody knew what you were doing, and it was very fast. And you didn't really have to wait for a confirmation most of the time because the blocks weren't full. And then, yeah, so chain analysis, Silk Road getting busted was definitely a big part of that. Everybody was like, whoa, maybe we're not as private as we thought we were. And so the medium of exchange function of Bitcoin really took a hit for a while. But just as a side note, I think that the medium of exchange of Bitcoin works better than ever. If you've used Phoenix Wallet, I would say that Phoenix Wallet is a better experience than my favorite wallet from a decade ago, which was Mycelium. And because it does all the same thing Mycelium did, which is like hold your own keys, but in addition to that, it allows the payments to be instant and very, very cheap. So I think Phoenix Wallet is the I'm going to shill Phoenix. I swear I don't work for Phoenix. Phoenix Wallet is the best Bitcoin wallet in history, period. There are other Lightning wallets that are also really, really good. But okay, so so here's something really important about Lightning that I think people have forgotten from the 2017 block size war. Lightning actually improves L1 decentralization because it incentivizes the creation of economic nodes, i.e. merchants. Economic nodes are vital to consensus integrity. So in the block size war, we discovered that the economic majority was actually one of the most important centers of power in Bitcoin. The others being the miners and the devs and the capital holders. But the economic nodes are sort of like the middle class of Bitcoin, and it's very important for decentralization. Lightning has some problems. Running a self-custodial Lightning node for a shop is very difficult, and so and you can do this with Phoenix D, and it's actually pretty easy, but it could be easier, and I'm working on that. And then, obviously, Phoenix D is not a fully validating Bitcoin node, so even if you use Phoenix D, you know, you're not running a fully validating Bitcoin node, so you're not an economic node as such. So we're going to talk about some bad and inefficient solutions, and we're going to talk some good solutions. Okay, so why the world needs Bitcoin? Basically, we've got this big reserve asset. It can be printed by elites. You know, it allows basically the rich to steal from the poor. You know, people say, oh, you know, we have this progressive tax system. Well, no, we don't. Basically, we have a regressive tax system, which is inflation, and then we have another progressive tax system that's stacked on top of that, which is the income tax and the capital gains tax, which tries to compensate for the inflation tax, but it doesn't quite really. So Bitcoin can become the new reserve asset. It limits the fiat printing power. So if Bitcoin becomes the reserve asset, then nobody can print the reserve asset. So this is, you know, it basically turns the whole world, puts the whole world on a sound money standard. And so basically, there's going to be a lot better incentives. There's going to be rewards for good behavior, and there's going to be punishments for bad behavior, which is the opposite of what we have now, which is rewards for bad behavior and punishments for good behavior. Yeah, okay, so just a little backstory on the big money printer's origins. So we used to have gold, right? Gold was a great store of value, but it was a poor medium of exchange. And this is kind of how Bitcoin was for the, you know, maybe 2016, 2017, until maybe a year or two ago when Phoenix Wallet started getting really good. You know, it basically, and people still think this about Bitcoin. People think, oh, Bitcoin is like capital, you know, it's a store of value. But it's, you know, it really shouldn't be, you know, accepted directly by merchants for trade, which you know, this entire talk is to refute that. So what happened to gold? Basically, people put their gold in the banks, and the banks printed paper gold, and then basically they printed more paper gold than there was gold in the vaults, and then basically that's fractional reserve, and that creates centralization pressures, and then eventually as the economy, you know, expands and contracts, every time the economy contracts, the large banks can buy all of the small banks for pennies on the dollar, and then the whole system consolidates. And then eventually you have fiat money. You have a central bank where there just is no backing. So that happened in 1971. Okay. So Bitcoin's key innovation is it's a dual-purpose asset. So it can be a store of value and a medium of exchange at the same time. So this makes it more innovative than gold. And I would put to you that if Bitcoin cannot become a good medium of exchange, an even better medium of exchange than the dollar, then Bitcoin is, in reality, not any more innovative than gold. And that's the fate that we want to avoid. So yeah, so I've already said this. If Bitcoin can replace fiat, then, you know, there can still be fiat currencies, right? It's just that Bitcoin will be the biggest currency, and they can't print that one. So we just don't want them to be able to print the biggest currency. So their power is limited. And this effectively turns off the money printer. Okay, so the problem is there are very few merchants running fully validating nodes. This has kind of always been the case for Bitcoin. It was very rare to find merchants that accepted Bitcoin directly and actually ran their own nodes. Bitcoin Bitcoin Core is a bit clunky to work with, and you know it has this RPC, and you know in order to attach a wallet to it, you kind of need this like a separate server, which is an Electrum server, and you know so at the same time it's monolithic, and it tries to do too much stuff, and on the other hand it really doesn't do enough stuff. So it's kind of brittle, and it kind of makes sense because it was Satoshi's prototype, you know, and we've just been iterating on it since then. So the effect of this is that most merchants that do accept Bitcoin actually use custodial Lightning wallets. There are some merchants, you know, that are using their own Lightning nodes, but they're few and far between. And only large businesses, so this would be like exchanges and LSPs, mostly run full nodes. And so obviously, as you can tell, this is bad. It makes the economic nodes fewer in number. So you know, for maximum consensus strength or consensus decentralization, we want maximum decentralization of these merchant nodes. And here's another point that a lot of people don't really think about when they say, oh, Bitcoin is just a store of value and it's not really a medium of exchange. Well, Bitcoin's value comes from being a good medium of exchange. And so if we don't work on making Bitcoin a good medium of exchange, it stops being a good store of value. So like, again, if Bitcoin cannot be a good medium of exchange, why is it better than gold? It kind of isn't. Maybe it like slightly better because you can send it over the internet, but at the end of the day, it becomes captured and centralized and co-opted. So we don't want that. This is actually, so a lot of people have argued exactly what I'm arguing over, how do I, let's see, here we go. Yeah, so Staticus wrote a great article about why we need economic nodes. And actually, so I want to highlight one thing, sort of a misunderstanding that I see on the internet, which is that, you know, if you're just running a node and you're like, you know, validating all your own payments, but you're doing like 3 transactions a year, that you're somehow an economic node. I think that's not really really true. And I think this example from Staticus kind of oh, is this? Why is BitNodes on here? Oh, okay. Where's the dystopian scenario? Ah, yeah, okay. So this is a nice little scenario that Staticus walked us through. Okay, so some big miners decide it's time for bigger blocks because more transactions mean more fees in total. The 2 big economic nodes think this is a good idea. So, okay, so sorry. Imagine a worst case scenario where there are only 2 big economic nodes, some miners, and 100 idle nodes. Idle nodes being like the ones that I said where, you know, you have like 3 transactions a year. So some big miners decided it's time for bigger blocks because more transactions mean more fees in total. 2 big economic nodes think that this is a good idea as cheap transactions are good for business. The idle nodes don't like that and threaten to not accept bigger blocks, but the miners don't care. All they want is to sell their newly minted bitcoins, which will be accepted by the economic nodes, so they start producing bigger blocks. The economic nodes accept these blocks, the economic nodes being those 2 large businesses, bringing them into the Bitcoin ecosystem and giving them value. The 100 idle nodes reject these blocks, and the Bitcoin network silently undergoes a hard fork. Unfortunately for the idle nodes, their side of the fork does not have any economic activity, so nobody even notices. As the owners of the idle nodes also use the 2 economic nodes to send and receive Bitcoin, they are forced to accept the new consensus rules. So that's kind of the extreme dystopian scenario that highlights, you know, why it's important to have not just people running nodes, but also people doing significant economic activity on their nodes. So these are small businesses, right? It's really, really, really important that we have small businesses accepting Bitcoin directly in exchange for goods and services. So I just talked about that. So there's this other concept called economic majority. Eric Voskuil has a great article on this. Let's see. The Bitcoin Wiki has a great article on this. And Luke Dasher, sorry, has a good article, has a good post on this. Actually, he has a very short post on this. Luke is very concise. Let's see. Yeah, if you don't use a full node, you're insecure. If the economic majority doesn't run full nodes, i.e. if only developers and miners do, Bitcoin is dead. I think that kind of sums up the thinking around the block size war in 2017 and before and after. You know, those able and willing to offer things of value for Bitcoin, be it goods, services, or other currencies. And then there's this great, I don't know, raise your hand if you've read Crypto Economics by Eric Voskuil. Okay, very few of you. I definitely highly recommend that book. It's great. There's actually a lot of really strange things in there that I didn't quite agree with, but there's a lot of really, really great stuff that nobody's talking about. And one of these things is the idea that miners are actually providing a service to merchant nodes. So the merchant nodes are, I don't know if it says it on here, but anyway, the merchant nodes are when they pay transaction fees, they're paying miners to confirm their transactions, to secure their transactions in the chain. And the miners are accepting those fees in payment for their service, which is securing the transaction, right? Confirming the transaction. So merchants are selling things for goods and services and accepting Bitcoin, and then merchants are turning around and paying fees to the miners in order to confirm those transactions in the chain. Let's see. So Bitcoin is a network of human relationships. This can be modeled as a directed graph where each vertex represents a merchant and each edge represents a trade for Bitcoin. Edges indicate the direction of movement of coin and are quantified in the number of units traded. All owners are presumed to have been merchants at the time of coin receipt, including as miners, selling confirmations, and recipients of charity. Voskuhl is being a little more broad with his definition of merchant. He's saying like basically anybody, anybody who owns Bitcoin, received the Bitcoin at some time, so he's calling them merchants. But I think it's useful to be more strict about, we want merchant nodes. I want to say that merchant nodes are nodes that have significant economic activity. Let's see, and then he does this kind of like calculation, like how decentralized are we? Basically you multiply the number of nodes, and like the more connections you have, basically, the more decentralized it is. So I highly recommend giving that a read. I'm not just gonna read it right now though. Okay, so Bitcoin must outcompete the United States dollar as a medium of exchange, obviously, or else people are not going to adopt it. They're just going to stick with the dollar. Lightning scales Bitcoin globally without sacrificing decentralization. So if we just keep iterating on Lightning, I think we will get to a point where Lightning is a way better experience than using the dollar. I mean, right now, in order to accept Visa, you have to pay pretty high transaction fees. For me, using Bitcoin in a shop is actually getting slightly better than using a credit card if you use Phoenix Wallet for your payments. And then if you're pretty technically savvy and you know how to set up a server and run it, you can get that experience to be about as good too. In places, when you're traveling, a lot of times like your cards won't work and so the payments will fail. People criticize Lightning about having payment failures, but I honestly haven't noticed that Lightning fails more often than credit cards. So yeah, I think we're getting there, but we need to just we need to scale it bigger. And obviously there are some bottlenecks that we're going to have to fix, but we'll get to that. Okay, so one really huge benefit of Lightning is that it actually pays node runners, incentivizing merchant nodes. And nodes, so I've been kind of, just a little bit of the backstory. I had a grant from OpenSats to write some accounting software for Core Lightning, and I wrote it and it works, but I was really struggling to get real merchants to test it because there just aren't that many people running Core Lightning and directly accepting Bitcoin using a Core Lightning node. And so that grant kind of turned into a crusade to try and get more node runners, being merchants and more merchants being node runners. So that's where we are now. So one of the biggest hurdles to getting merchants running their own nodes is that it's getting more expensive to run a node. So in 2021 or 2022, you could run a Raspberry Pi 4B, and it was like $100, maybe $150, and it synced in a couple of weeks, or like a week or two. And then in 2025, it's now more expensive to run a node. And the reason for that is this spam attack that we saw, the BRC20s, which inflated the UTXO set from 4 gigabytes to 12 gigabytes in the course of 2 years. So Bitcoin Core's architecture is built in such a way that it relies on the UTXO set being small, otherwise the initial block download takes forever. So basically, the Raspberry Pi 4B, just to give an example, actually it's like the canonical example, because it was the most popular node before this spam attack, and now it's not. And so basically, the upshot of that is that it's becoming more expensive to run a node. So think of this. So technology increases exponentially, right? There's Moore's law, and then there's like the successors of Moore's law. It increases exponentially, right? A certain percentage every year. And so if the blockchain grows linearly, you would expect technological progress to catch up with the blockchain growth and eventually, like extremely pass by it, outstrip it. But that's not happening with Bitcoin Core because we have this giant gaping hole, which is inscriptions. And so it would be great if we could close the hole. But that's where we are. So one thing I'm really worried about is that if spammers, like Ponzi scammers, can bloat Bitcoin's UTXO set. Like look at these numbers. Like 2/3 of the UTXO set right now is BRC20s effectively. That's garbage. Like literally, people are just throwing their garbage in Bitcoin. It's not like nobody is going to remember what that data is for in a few years. But nuclear waste breaks down after 1 million years, but ordinals never break down. So it's just stuck there for the rest of eternity. So that's the cost. And the even worse thing is that I'm very confused as to why nobody is talking about this. The limit on UTXO set growth is 1 megabyte per block, which, if you do the math, is something like 40 or 50 gigabytes per year. And so, if there was a determined state attacker like the U.S. government, basically just bloating the blocks with all sorts of spam, you could have 40 gigabytes of growth per year, and that would quickly knock a lot of nodes off the network. Yeah, there's a big hole here, and I'm concerned. Okay, so we have two main tasks. We need to make accepting Bitcoin easy and cheap for merchants, and we need to reduce the cost of syncing nodes. In a little bit plainer language, in order to get more people to run nodes, we need to incentivize this activity. So in order to get more people to run nodes, we need to make the cost of running a node lower, and we need to make the gains, right, the benefits of running a node higher. Right, this is a very simple breakdown here. So, like the costs are, it's complicated. You have to buy the hardware, you have to set it up, you have to maintain it, you have to do the initial sync. Those are all costs. And the benefits are, well, right now the benefit is that you can validate the transactions, which is not a huge benefit in my opinion. For the vast majority of the population, for Bitcoiners it's a big benefit, but for like regular random merchants, it's not that big. But the cool thing is, if we can promote Lightning as a way to directly accept payments for goods and services, then merchants can count that among the benefits, right? So that's an additional benefit of running your own node. Okay, so every merchant that does not run his or her own node to accept Bitcoin is a burden and not an advantage. And the reason why is because every time you have a user of the system that isn't running their own node, you're increasing centralization. So you have a higher burden on the people who are running their own nodes, a higher burden of responsibility on those nodes, and everybody else is kind of just delegating responsibility to those people. So that set of people, the full node runners, that's the set of people that we need to increase the numbers of. Okay, so what are some solutions that have been proposed to bringing benefits up and costs down? So custodial Lightning wallets. This is something that obviously is not something that should be recommended. It's not a good practice. Trusted third-party payment processors. There's a lot of these, and they're fine. They allow merchants to accept Bitcoin, but at the end of the day, these are single points of failure, and they can be easily co-opted by government or other bad actors. L2s without unilateral exit. There's a bunch of these kind of going around today. I don't know why people are focusing on these. I don't think they're helpful. eCash. I mean, like all of these things are like kind of useful things, but they're not like good practices that we should like recommend that everybody do because they cause more centralization and they don't really give you more sovereignty. Federated sidechains like Liquid, RSK, etc. I didn't mention stablecoins. I hope it goes without saying that like stablecoins are not better than the dollar, but I don't understand why people are so excited about that. And then rollups with no unilateral exit, like Citria, and there's a bunch of others. That's just kind of the one that people are talking about right now. Assume UTXO, UTXO, and pruning. These are not really solutions. Basically, assume UTXO is where you download the UTXO set, and then you verify it against a hash, which is in the Bitcoin core software, and then you sync to the tip, and then you start using your node, and then while you're using it, you go back to the Genesis block, and you sync everything from the Genesis block to the snapshot that you originally downloaded, and then after that, now you have a full node. But this is, again, this is just kind of weakening Bitcoin's security model. It's not really helping. It's better than nothing, right? But it's a temporary sort of like stopgap solution, and I would not consider it to be a good permanent solution. UTXO is the same thing. UTXO is a really cool idea, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really help you sync faster unless you're running a light node. And I talked to one of the main developers on UTXO, and he said that, I asked him, does this actually speed up IBD? And he said, well, it speeds it up by 62%. And so, that isn't, we need to, we need to improve it exponentially and not just like, by like cut it in half. To me, it's just not, it's not nearly enough. And then pruning, some people think that pruning is a good idea. I don't think that pruning is a good idea. Again, what you're doing is you're creating these sort of immature nodes that cannot reproduce, is how I like to put it. I don't consider a pruning node to be a full node. It's not an adult node that can reproduce. It cannot help new nodes bootstrap. And so I think pruning nodes cause centralization more than help. PhoenixD and AlbiHub, these are actually really great solutions for merchant nodes that are just starting out, but it's kind of like, it's a temporary thing. It's not something that you should be like, we should recommend that everybody does this, because then everybody is just running a light node that trusts an Electrum server. We want, and again, we want economic nodes. We want full nodes that are participating in consensus. That's the only way that we can decentralize Bitcoin. And as I said, they're a good stepping stone. And these create a tiered centralizing system. This is sort of summarizing this page, this slide. These are things that that kind of help people on board, but they're not something that we should just recommend as good practices, as general good practices. They're not real. Cool. There we go. Yeah. So these are bad practices and should be discouraged. And we need some real actual solutions. So what are some good permanent solutions to this problem? So unilateral exit L2s, so that's in contrast with the L2s without unilateral exit. Can anybody just shout it out? What does unilateral exit mean? You can leave without permission. Exactly. Yeah, that's well put. Yeah, so I would consider Lightning Network to be Bitcoin, right? The Bitcoin that is in a Lightning channel is Bitcoin, because you can pull it out whenever you want. You don't need to ask your channel counterparty if you can pull it out. You have the force close transaction, and you can do that whenever you want. So I would consider Lightning to be Bitcoin as such. Lightning is Bitcoin. Bitcoin is Lightning. I would say there's a bunch of other proposals for unilateral exit L2s, like ARC, timeout trees, channel factories. There's LN symmetry, which is another variant of Lightning, which is really cool. A lot of these are kind of not that great unless we enable covenants. And so that's why I said improved by covenants. I think covenants are a great thing that we should definitely do. Definitely not opcat, but maybe CTV, CSFS, something like that. Something that gives us scale for unilateral exit, but doesn't allow a lot of the nonsense that we see on Ethereum. Mempool filters, proven effective in 2014, proven effective since. In 2023, there was an exploit in data carrier that allowed inscriptions and allowed you to basically stuff data into the witness, and this was never patched, and now it's just getting worse and worse and worse. You have to, the Dutch boy who puts his finger in the dike. You have to put your finger in the dike at the beginning. You can't wait, because then it'll just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and before you know, everything is flooded. So that's where we're at. So run Knots. Knots has filters. Knots has filters for inscriptions. It has filters for runes. It has filters for all this nonsense. Actually, Jameson Lopp had an interesting proposal called Goldie blocks to make the blocks smaller. I think he actually was making it bigger and smaller. What I would prefer is just keep the, his proposal was have a hard lower limit and a hard upper limit, and then in between that you would vary the block size with the demand for block space. So if the blocks are mostly empty, like they are now, you would shrink the blocks, and then miners would be able to earn more fees, and then there wouldn't be a big incentive for spammers to come in and just stuff the blocks. So yeah, I mean, it'd be really cool if you could just make the blocks 10 times smaller when the fees are low. That would be kind of cool. LibBitcoins. This is one that I just discovered. I was kind of stressing out for 2 years about this UTXO set problem, and I was like, is anybody gonna do anything about this? Why are we just letting the UTXO set triple? This seems like somebody should be worried about this. And I discovered LibBitcoin at the end of last year, and I realized that this actually might be a real solution to the problem. Basically, I talked to Eric Voskul, I'm not sure how to say his name, and he claimed that, oh, we don't need a UTXO set. And I was like, that's ridiculous. What are you talking about? You know, of course you need a UTXO set. The UTXO set is like the best way to make a Bitcoin node. Like Jameson Lopp has his, you know, his Bitcoin node implementation benchmarking, and Bitcoin Core is always the best one, you know? And libBitcoin is at the bottom, you know? What are you talking about? You clearly don't know how to make a Bitcoin node that syncs fast. And so like but I looked further into it, and I actually installed libBitcoin, and I synced it, and it appears to be, well, so at first he was like halfway through, and he had only assumed valid working, where it just downloads the blocks. And it actually does, so in case you guys don't know, if you download Bitcoin Core today, and you run it and you sync it from the Genesis with the defaults, it's assume valid. So what that means is that there's actually no validation happening between the Genesis block and, you know, whatever like a recent block was. They pick a recent block like right before when the release happened. So like version 29, you know, 850,000 or something like that. And then up until that block, there's no validation. And then after that, you start validating. That's called assume valid. And so that's what this early version of libBitcoin version 4 did. And on a machine that costs $350, Core did it in like 12 or 14 hours, and libBitcoin did it in 2 hours. And so I was like, okay, well, you know, you're still not, you know, doing full validation, but you're doing assume valid better than Bitcoin Core does, like a lot better than Bitcoin Core does. And so, you know, you're not giving up any security with respect to the defaults that Bitcoin Core already has. But he didn't have the full validation version of libBitcoin fixed until just a couple weeks ago, and I haven't reviewed the code in detail, but it appears to be actually validating everything and detecting double spends and like really doing full validation and making sure that everything is in consensus. And that version of libBitcoin syncs Bitcoin in 9 hours on a $350 machine. And Bitcoin Core does, if you do an apples to apples comparison and you do assume valid equals 0, basically you turn off assume valid. So that's what this version of libBitcoin can do in 9 hours. Bitcoin Core does that in like 18 hours on the same machine. And it's actually, it's even better than that, because what it does is it gets rid of the need for the UTXO set. So Bitcoin Core actually does not scale with the UTXO set. As the UTXO set gets bloated, Bitcoin Core gets slower and slower and slower, which is really bad. But libBitcoin, it appears, the more RAM you add, the faster it goes. And so Eric Voskuil's like 256 gigabyte workstation machine syncs Bitcoin from like 8 years ago, syncs Bitcoin in, I think it's like 4 hours or 5 hours or something like that. So it actually gets faster as you add more RAM. Obviously, 256 gigs is beyond you know, most people's budget today, but like in 5 or 10 years, it could be totally accessible. Okay, so here are the good permanent solutions. Fight blockchain spam. Run knots. I don't know if you guys can see my run knots, you know, or I'll go over here. Yeah. Yeah, run knots, save Bitcoin. Yeah, so, you know, that's one of the best solutions. It really creates a chilling effect on the spammers. They go, oh, these Bitcoiners are serious. You know, they're going to fight back against us, and you know, they mean business. If we show them that we mean business, they will go away. They did that in 2014, and they didn't come back for 9 years. And then for some reason, when they came back, we were like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, come on in. I don't know why we did that. Absolutely critical until libBitcoin matures, because again, Bitcoin Core and Bitcoin Knots, which is built on top of Bitcoin Core, you know, these are all we have right now. So right now we're stuck with the UTXO set, so we should fight to keep it as small as possible. And it's still very important, even after UTXO set bloat is no longer an issue and everybody's running libBitcoin because of transaction fees. So, you know, even if UTXO set bloat, and this is my position on the op return debate yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw it, but you know, even if we fix UTXO set bloat, spam is still a problem because you're filling blocks with spam, and so what you're doing is you're pricing out merchants, right? People who are trying to sell things for Bitcoin, and we need merchants in order to keep Bitcoin decentralized. The shitcoiners who are coming from the Ethereum ecosystem and launching their Ponzi's on Bitcoin, the people are not helping decentralization. The most they're doing is they're scamming people and sending a bunch of fees to the Bitcoin miners. But that doesn't really help. That doesn't make the Bitcoin ecosystem grow in value. It makes it shrink. So we should stop doing that. We should develop covenants for better L2s. There's some great proposals, like I said, CTV, CSFS, I think are great. We should activate them. Helps monetary use cases compete with spam. A lot of people on the CTV side talk about this. We want each UTXO to be shared by a bunch of people. And what this does is it allows the amortization of all of the fees across time and across many users. And so what that does is it increases the total amount of fees per UTXO, and that helps to fight against the spam, definitely. We need to encourage merchants to run nodes. This is something that I've been working like full-time on. Here's another one that I think should we should talk more about. Like, we should encourage Bitcoin devs to become merchants. I think a lot of the problem with Bitcoin devs is they don't actually eat their own dog food. They don't use the software that they're writing. And I think it would be really, really useful for devs to use their own software so that they can understand what merchants are trying to get out of using it. So this is an aspirational thing for me. I'm a Bitcoin dev, and I'm gonna start doing this. Promote local circular economies of merchant nodes. This is like, if you have a local Bitcoin economy, pressure, put pressure on people to accept Bitcoin, to run nodes, to use Lightning wallets. Like, do your meetup in a place that accepts Bitcoin, and have everybody test their Lightning wallet on that wallet of Satoshi or whatever it is that the merchant is using. And then encourage them to increase their sovereignty. Like, okay, we'll start you out on wallet of Satoshi, and then we'll get you to Phoenix. Honestly, I think starting out on Phoenix is perfectly fine. When the fees are low. When the fees are high, starting out, opening a channel on Phoenix is a little bit expensive, so it just depends on that. Support libBitcoin development, or re-architecting Bitcoin Core to be more like libBitcoin. I think libBitcoin is really, really onto something, and I'm really optimistic about Bitcoin's future because since I discovered libBitcoin. And finally, don't raise the block size. People are really, really talking about raising the block size. I can't understand this. Yeah, it's. We could talk more. If you come talk to me after if you want arguments about that. But actually, here's a great speech from Luke. Everybody should watch this speech about why we shouldn't raise the block size. It's just called briefly why block sizes shouldn't be too big. It's actually pretty similar to this talk I'm doing right now. Okay, I have like 6 minutes left. So just to kind of visualize what's happening. So here in 2022 is the cost of in USD. So on this is a logarithmic scale of US dollars. That's sort of like the minimum threshold to run a Bitcoin node and sync the whole blockchain. So in 2022, you could spend about $100 on a Raspberry Pi 4B. But then the UTXO set started expanding, so that's why we're seeing this like rapid increase in the cost of running Bitcoin Core. So now in 2025, you have like $250 here. This is like a regression, so it doesn't exactly go through this point. But so yeah, it's doing something like this. And then so this line is if we have 4 gigabytes per year UTXO growth, which is what happened during the BRC20 spam attack. It looks like it's slowing down now, so like maybe it won't do this. But just if the attacks continue, which there's no reason why they won't unless we start filtering inscriptions. So here's what we can expect. The price of running a Bitcoin node is just going to go up and up and up and up and up. And then the worst case scenario, which I outlined, like if a large state attacker starts attacking Bitcoin and starts stuffing the UTXO set, you're going to have 40 gigabytes a year. So that's this line, this line. So then it's going to go up to $1,000, and then multiple thousands of dollars, and then like it's going to get really bad. So this is bad, right? We don't want syncing a Bitcoin node to get like more expensive over time. We want it to get cheaper over time. And so this line, this green line, is Moore's law and also libBitcoin, because libBitcoin appears to scale, the very, very latest unreleased version of libBitcoin appears to scale with Moore's law. And actually this part is kind of appropriate because Eric was testing libBitcoin on like a very, very expensive machine. And then just this year it appears he's made it so that it works on a $350 machine-ish. But if the amount of RAM that you add, it causes the initial sync to happen faster, then we should expect it to basically follow Moore's law, the cost of running a node. And so, so I made this table. Can you guys? Okay, so well, I mean, I extrapolated it out to like 2050, but like it's not really important to go that far. Can I just make this like? Why is this so? Oh, here. Yeah, let's do 200%. There we go. Okay, so in 2021, the serialized UTXO set was 4 gigabytes, then it was 4 gigabytes, then it was almost 5 gigabytes, then it was 9 gigabytes, and now it's like 12 gigabytes. So that's because of the spam attacks. The UTXO set growth projected, so this is another thing, I just kind of projected it out, 3.5 gigabytes a year. You know, you can see it starts to get really bad if spam attacks continue and we don't close the inscriptions hole. Let's see. And then the minimum cost to run a node, as I said, it was $100 in 2021, $250-ish in 2025. And if you extrapolate that out, it just kind of goes up higher and higher and higher. You know, so by 2050, it's $800 to sync a node. So that doesn't really help with node centralization. Like, we want to bring these costs down. Here's the worst case scenario, like I said. So, you know, 7, you know, imagine that we're adding 40 gigabytes a year. So, you know, we start with 12, and then January 1st, 2026 is half a year from now, so 20 gigabytes, and then 40 gigabytes from there on out. You know, you can quickly see, you know, this is how many gigabytes the UTXO set would be if, like, a state actor just decided to just go all out against Bitcoin for years. You know, maybe not that likely, but, like, that's the worst case. And then, so minimum cost to run a Bitcoin node with a Lightning node. This is in the worst case. So $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and then it kind of levels off around $8,000 in 2050. And then, so BitNodes has the number of listening nodes on the Bitcoin network going up over this time, despite the fact that it's getting more expensive to run a node, which is actually really hopeful. I think this is mostly because of companies like Start9, Umbrel, MyNode, and things like that that are making running a Bitcoin node really easy. So I think Bitcoin is fighting back, and actually still we seem to be encouraging more nodes. I don't know how many of these are actually merchants, but yeah. Probably not that many of them, like I said, but maybe, you know, it's looking bad, but Bitcoiners are still managing to make it easier. So that's nice. I think, like I said, it's mostly like software improvements and things like Start9. So I hope that keeps going up. I kind of think, you know, once it's, you know, if it's like $4,000 to run a node, you know, people are not going to be syncing new nodes. It's not going to happen. And then this last column is sort of a rough projection that I did of LibBitcoin. You know, maybe it's about $2,000 up until this year, and then, you know, the next version of LibBitcoin, if it comes out in a year or two. So that's why I said in 2026, you know, it would be about $350 because that's what it is now. And then if it goes down with the cost of, basically as technology improves, it should be exponential. So I just said, like, I just have it decreasing, you know, 10% per year. So, you know, 350, 284, 207. You can quickly see that running a node is going to get really cheap in a few years if everybody switches to LibBitcoin and Asterisk, and if it really works. So, you know, obviously people need to review it and make sure it's staying in consensus. But like I said, I'm really hopeful about it. So, you know, so imagine, you know, in 2032, which is just 7 years from now, you know, a Bitcoin node is you know, maybe this might be a little too optimistic, I'm not sure. But, you know, imagine it's like $50 to run a node in 5 or 10 years. I think that starts to be really accessible for merchants in developing countries. Like, the average merchant can start, like, realistically being able to accept Bitcoin, and that's what we want. Okay, I have like 30 seconds left. Sorry, I was gonna like. All right, so let's get every merchant to run a node to make Bitcoin money again. Thank you. All right, cool. Yeah, I was gonna try to leave space for questions, but
Hi, great talk. Can you go back to the Excel, the 3.5 GB per year and the 40 GB per year growth?
The graph or the table?
The table, the Excel file, yeah. So on the top, UTXO set size 3.5 GB per year projection, and then the 40 GB per year projection.
Yeah.
So can you just explain why there are two columns? So you're in absence and presence, is it?
Yeah, so this is what we saw in 2023 to 2024 when there was a BRC20 spam attack. So what we saw is there was averaging out, it was about 3.5 gigabytes per year that the UTXO set expanded. So that's just continuing that trend. So this is the projection if we just keep having a spam attack, which is probable because we haven't done anything to disincentivize the spammers. So it's very likely they'll come back.
Oh, so two scenarios of projection. One is in absence and one is in presence of the spam.
Well, no. So this is just projecting out if the spam continues as it has. This other projection, 40 gigabytes per year, this is the worst case scenario. It's it's not a likely scenario, but it's kind of like, okay, if we just filled every block with the maximum number of new UTXOs, then that would be the limit on that is 40 gigabytes per year. So that's what this projection is. That's if basically like, you know, the Federal Reserve was like funding an attack on Bitcoin.
Okay, and then that Libit Lightning one doesn't get affected, like two different scenarios of cost.
The which, sorry?
So the last column
Yeah.
would then also be different for two different scenarios, right? 3.5 and 40.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, so this is not affected by UTXO set growth. So LibBitcoin is not affected by UTXO set growth. You could have a UTXO set that's a terabyte, and LibBitcoin would have the same performance.
Oh, okay.
That's how I understand
Oh,
it. Yeah, so it's, yeah.
Got it. Okay,
Cool.
thanks.
Why is the UTXO set tracking unspent transaction outputs and not spendable? Is it too hard to tell which is spendable and unspendable?
Yeah, so it's the unspent transaction outputs. That's the thing that you need to keep the most live in Bitcoin, especially during the sync, because you need to be able to find and LibBitcoin just gets rid of it, so it solves the problem in a different way. But in Bitcoin Core, the way it works is you keep an index of all of the transactions, the existing coins, right, that haven't been spent. It's called the chain state, the UTXO set. You know, it's basically like the current snapshot of the current state of of all of the Bitcoin addresses and all of the coins that they own. So you have to keep that sort of close by in RAM basically while you're syncing, so that you can because new blocks are going to reference those. New blocks are going to spend those. So you have to be able to look up unspent transaction outputs when you're syncing the chain, and you have to be able to do that very quickly. No. So as far as the Bitcoin protocol is concerned, those coins are spendable. But since they're spammers and they just put arbitrary data there to like do fungible tokens or whatever, they're never going to spend those. And the whole point is that like if you buy it, you know, you're the owner of that, and so if you move it, that means you sell it or something. I don't know. I don't know like all of the details. All I know is that, you know, if you look at the UTXO set, the 2/3 of it is these inscriptions.
Okay, so basically by consensus it's spendable, but social layer.
Yeah, in practice they're never going to be spent. In practice they're litter. Basically people just, you know, just threw data on the blockchain and they're never going to do anything with it.
Yeah, my question is, what is the benchmark hardware that you use for the current $250 node model?
Benchmark hardware that I use for what, sorry?
The current $250 price?
Oh, that is the cheapest thing I could find that would sync Bitcoin Core in less than a month, and that is it's a Raspberry Pi 5 with an NVMe hat. So you can get that for about $250, and it syncs the chain in a few days.
So Bitcoin is not currency anywhere in the world, but one country, right, is considered an asset, and then like whenever you spend it, that's a taxable event, which is rather annoying. And there's also the Gresham law that says that whenever there are two currencies, we always spend the least valuable one and save the most valuable one. So those are two big disincentives, and I wonder like why, because I know that there are other people saying like that medium of exchange is the most important thing, like Jack Dorsey, but like why don't you guys address that? Like isn't it more important, like it's not a technical issue, it's more like a political issue?
So I think I read like two questions in there. There's sort of like tax issues. I did leave that out. You're right. That was an omission on my part. I'm sorry. I actually have been working on accounting software, so I should have put that in this presentation. That's I think that we can solve that with good accounting software and good best practice recommendations for merchants. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem as long as you have the computers do it for you. Gresham's law, I think that's the law that you mentioned. That's a slight misinterpretation of Gresham's law. Gresham's law is if you have like a gold coin, and it has like the emperor's face stamped on it, and then you have like a less pure gold coin that's like debased with something like, you know, I don't know, copper or silver or something like that, but it has the same face on it, it has the same face value, then people will tend to hoard the one that has the higher market value because that's because they both have the same declared value, the same face value, but these you can melt these down for more, and so people tend to hoard the better ones. But Bitcoin doesn't have a face value, right? Bitcoin only has a market value, and so I don't think that applies to Bitcoin. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because gold is denser in terms of value. Yeah.
Hey, I know we're over time, but I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more on the problems you see with running pruning nodes.
Yeah, so pruned nodes are just kind of a pain in the butt. I mean, so I worked at Start9, like the beginning of my Bitcoin dev journey. I've been in Bitcoin, before this, but I really started developing in Bitcoin in like 2020, and I worked for Start9 for a couple years, and like half the time I was there, we only had prune nodes, and prune nodes are just a pain in the butt to use with Lightning. With Start9, they made it easier because they added a thing called BTC RPC proxy that sits between the prune node. What sits next to the prune, what sits between the prune node and the other services that are using it. And when it detects that the Lightning node, for instance, right? So running Lightning, so this talk is about getting merchants to accept Lightning, right? So in order to run a Lightning node on top of a prune node reliably, you need to be able to fetch historical blocks that your node doesn't have. And so so you can get around. There are workarounds, but they're kind of ugly. And then another thing is that if you have a prune node and you're trying to run an on-chain, you want to add your on-chain wallet to it, you have to make sure that if you're trying to add a wallet that's beyond your prune height, that it has transactions in old blocks that you already pruned, you literally cannot sync that wallet. And so it's just, if you're technical, you can kind of figure out using a prune node with dependent services. But if you're not technical, if you're just a regular merchant, like running a prune node is going to be a pain in the butt, like I said. So like you might save $50 on hard drive space, but it's like it's not worth it in my opinion. Just spend the $50. And like I said, just wait for Moore's law to catch up, and eventually it'll be really cheap.
All right, let's give a hand for Chris. Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Is Parker in here? You're up.
Thank you guys for having me. My name is Parker Worthington. My project is called ExploreCam. I've been building a 3D real-time block explorer. So the title of this workshop is a real-time 3D block explorer. Anyone here ever used a 3D block explorer? Doesn't seem like it. Cool. So we're going to go through the entire blockchain block by block starting right now. Now, we would definitely be here a very long time. So we're going to skip ahead. 50,000th block. Okay, now we're starting to see something. Okay. Oh. Sorry, I'm on trackpad here. All right, let's go a little further. Now, what are we looking at? These are not blocks I've saved. I'm just sifting through these in real time, and this is actually really simple, and I'm just going to start showing you guys some slides that kind of explains how I got here and how this makes any sense. So I started with a really simple question. I spend so much time making Bitcoin videos and Bitcoin content. Someone would ask me at a bar, I want to see a large Bitcoin spend. And just simply, what's the largest transaction by amount of sats spent in the last block or any block? Should be a pretty simple question, but if you look at every piece of like data we have, whether it's Clark Moody, Glassnode, you've got ChatGPT to just make a little script for you could print to the console. It's not there. And you'd think it'd be really obvious and simple, and we kind of prioritize for interesting spends as opposed to the largest spend, which makes sense. For us, we want to see what's happening in Bitcoin. And I feel like we've built really good tools for pilots to fly the plane, but we don't have really good in-flight entertainment for regular people who want to see Bitcoin as we do. We imagine Bitcoin as actually like simple and grand, and a lot of these interfaces are really small and complex to someone who's not looking at the same information that we're looking for. So I imagined if you ordered transactions by largest to smallest spend, you could get mountainsides. Or if you ordered it from the center, you could get pyramids. Or if you didn't order it at all and just had raw from the block, it would kind of look like forest maybe. And people and humans think these are so grand. I was like, maybe that would help people associate more grandeur to Bitcoin that I do. So on May 15th of 2023, for my first time, got a Bitcoin block ordered from largest to smallest spend, rendered in 3D. And if you can see, I was so happy about this because I'd spent years trying to do this, and coincidentally, this was 3 months after ChatGPT came out. And honestly, I'm from the Stack Overflow copy-paste era imposter syndrome, and when the vibe coders came out, I was like, that imposter syndrome is gone. I am so happy to build this, and I kept going. But my problem was I was inside of Blender, and I'm an old Blender user, and really that's what made open source and Bitcoin make sense to me, is coming from Blender. And I thought I could just send mempool requests in the Python IDE, order the transactions and give them coordinates and spawn them into the scene, and create a 3D file, which is a .fbx, and then push that to a server, and then have whatever block or whatever you're looking for display that FBX file. Totally wrong. If anyone's ever tried a 3D block explorers watching live back home or anybody else, they all ran really, really slow at like maybe 5 frames a second or at best 30. And that, you can't use that in a real-time experience. So some blocks ran for 2 minutes, some blocks ran for 20 minutes. It was just a really, really slow loop, and I had nested RPCs. It was just a mess. So I showed someone who's a much more technical developer than I am, and they were like, dude, just get rid of Blender. Blender is your problem. You should just make JSON files. And I saw Luke looked at me like, duh. Yeah, he figured this out 15 minutes ago. So that fixed everything. I got a new block in 2 seconds, and if a block was already made and saved in the JSON file, it's real time. And if you're curious, it's about the exact same information or size of a block, with just about 10% more information given the coordinates and heights, and a little bit more information just for the 3D scene. So what are the heights we're looking at? Values are first converted to Satoshis, and obviously. And it's a log2 transform is applied to the values greater than 1. The minimum log value is subtracted to normalize the heights. And if it's a single transaction block, just show one block in the same size, which is that first and second and third block you saw at the beginning of this. So the simple architecture, it's really not much. Just the UI is just a place to make an RPC for a user. The block files are created on the server, which is just creating the X and Y coordinates. And instead of serving that FBX scene that's so slow, it just clears the scene of all the cubes and populates new cubes. So it really is not looking for any 3D files. It's just reading these cubes from a list. And feel free to shout any questions you have along the way. I got a lot of time here, so anything along the way. So this was my first pyramid scene. I was kind of off to the races trying to figure out how to make this work in real time and actually make it an interface someone could use. Because before I just imagined it in Blender for myself. And once I cracked this part, I was like, oh, this is actually really usable. And I'm seeing stuff I don't think a lot of people are seeing. So I've had so much fun in the last 2 years. In later slides, I'm going to show you different miners blocks and kind of what ordinals and the spam and so much of the debate we're having. I've had a kind of different view on it just through this. So as I was building, as I'm working on the UI, I can start to see like different patterns emerging. Something, I don't know what this is. Oh, it's probably bad exchange consolidation. And if anyone could kind of guess what these 4 blocks are here, you start to see that there's a growth pattern. There's something, or sorry, the blocks are growing, and these 4 blocks are each the halving blocks. it looks like through the first era and the second era and the third era, this is extreme growth. And to me, the era we're in now looks like some form of optimization maybe. Just judged on, if you look at the raw outputs, it's kind of hard to tell, but when they're ordered by, and the different colors down there, the transaction types, orange is taproot spends. In the latest era, we can see there's some different zones of throughput in Bitcoin and what we're using block space for. So on the left, we have monetary maximalism. This is just Bitcoin spends. On the right, maybe something else. Some people have called it platform Bitcoin, or the platformer is trying to do this ordinals and NFT stuff with Bitcoin. But it's not for me to judge the moral argument for that. I'm just showing you guys what I see there. So I'm going to go through some miners' different blocks they choose to mine. These are the Mara blocks, probably one of the most egregious person to mine huge data into the chain. And it's pretty obviously seen here on these lower bands. So obviously the heights are the amount of Bitcoin spent. So in these transactions, the fees are really high. And yes, I could totally make a toggle to change for fees, but everybody does that. And yes, I will add it in this. But it's very obvious in here which ones are non-monetary transactions. And maybe there could be other things that are important to other monetary transactions, but you can see the difference very clearly. And Foundry is similar. They have more of a mix of more monetary blocks, but still some very large data written into the chain there. And here we have Ocean. So Ocean is a much different look, but there are still some interesting, and I checked the block in the bottom left does have some inscriptions from it. This could have been somebody running core and mining to Ocean. I might have to ask Luke about that later. Exactly. So, and these are the most egregious blocks I found in recent history. These are truly spam blocks. You could say that. But there's still a lot of monetary action happening in these blocks. But I want to argue, we have been arguing here, how do we stop the inscribers? How do we make a moral, moral arguments don't really work. What if we made them just, I think a lot of them operate on vanity, that these NFTs and these things are worth so much to them, and when they write a large 4 mega into the chain, it shows up in Mempool as the biggest thing that happened in that last block. But I think if we showed it by height, we actually make them look poor all the time. They're not actually spending Bitcoin. They're, I think a lot of them operate on vanity, so maybe not making them take over Mempool every block like that might do something. So the platform data side of Bitcoin has grown, and I don't necessarily think it's definitely not broken Bitcoin. It hasn't stopped us. Some of the filters are working, and some people are choosing to mine both. I would say like Foundry is very much that person or that miner. So we've kind of grown with the spam. So back to the Explore camera. Now we can see all these different patterns and shapes emerging. Everyone I showed this to is like, well, can I see transactions? I was like, yes, I've built the transactions part, but the problem I was having was, do I make a list that people sift through iterate through? Or how do you actually look at that? Because in everything else, whether it's Mempool, it's just lists of transactions, everything is just lists. And in this view, when you're in 3D, lists are terrible. So I play a lot of video games, and I'm also a game developer. And I love this game Firewatch, and it's simply just walking through the woods, looking at stuff is most of the gameplay. And in gaming, there's this really, really simple function you use all the time, which is raycasting. And you just shoot one raycast from the camera, and if you have a tree tagged with tree or named something like that, or it's just picking up whatever it's hitting against and returning it. I was like, oh my God, that's going to solve my entire searching problem. So as soon as I got that figured out, that was where I felt like I cracked the speed problem and the way to see it. So now I have this zoomed in here because it's a really rough first iteration of it, but it works very smooth, like in real time. And I kept working on that. So now anytime you looked at a transaction, you got the Bitcoin output, You can change the colors of the backgrounds. You have the actual block information, the coordinates of where the camera is. The interesting stuff I wanted to see about transactions, I finally got through that raycasting choice. So this is Explore Camera today. And I took one call with Time Chain Calendar, and he helped me so much with some of the UI stuff, because what I really care about is the density of the actual, what you're looking at, that you can see what you care about in the transactions in the same place you're looking at the transaction you're trying to see. So that's a little closer here. And you see here at the bottom, this part, we have, this is changing all the colors of every block. The center is show output types of every transaction. And the right is how to change the, whether it's spiral, grid, or completely raw from the block. And most importantly, the screenshot picture. What I've wanted, this whole reason I was building this is I just can't stand when people Google Bitcoin or they try to find images for Bitcoin to use in articles. It's that same old Bitcoin or these horrible AI pictures where we actually could take pictures of what Bitcoin is. An exchange hack you can see in this transaction here in this block. So I want this to be a tool for less technical Bitcoiners. Anyone who's like writing about Bitcoin to be able to see it, and also be an API and fully open source that anyone could build on this and also use these 3D blocks on their website or wherever they choose to use it. So I got my mountains and my pyramids and my forests in Explore Camera. And so how can you see the largest Bitcoin transaction by amount of sats spent in the last block or any block is Explore Camera. So hopefully that'll be live soon. And most importantly, at the end, I can also do transactions. And I just got transactions working about 2 days ago. So for my rest of my time here, we're just going to kind of use the Explore Camera. So now I'm just going to grab the latest block. So now you can see each of these are different output types. I think my favorite thing I figured out along the way was the slight bounce when you hover over something. Really helps see what you're doing. Now, I don't have the transactions all the way to the current block height, but I have, let's go, 830. Now, if we just click the transaction ID here, we are in a transaction. And what I've always hoped for this, that once you built this transaction viewer part, that if you clicked the input, it would obviously take you to where it came from, hopefully. It's probably a large, let's see, a lot of inputs. It's thinking about it. Come on. Any questions while we're waiting here? I'm going to give this. Yeah, actually, let's go back to that. Where were we? Right here. So all I just have a local node just sitting here on this hard drive next to me, and it's just one RPC to that core node, and that's pretty much it. Not yet. Right now, it just stays on a block, and when you want to go to the, oh, there we go. Okay, so this was that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, good. Okay. So this is a very large input set here. So that takes a little bit longer. You can see here's all these inputs. But what you were asking, you just click latest block, I don't have any WebSockets or anything going that's like queuing when a new block has happened. I cracked the raycasting thing probably 3 months ago. I just got transactions 2 nights ago. So like that's coming.
I have a random question
Sure.
kind of on what Chris was talking about. I think he said something like the total UTXO set is now 80% spam. Was that right? So that's by numbers of UTXOs, but by value it must be very low because aren't most of those dust?
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's what kind of kills me is we talk about how much we don't like them, and then we champion them on all of our dashboards, how big they are and grand. And it's like we're kind of telling them, because we're the only ones looking at that mempool stuff. Like they're looking at the picture, and they're excited they paid a $1,000 fee. But we're the only ones that are looking at mempool and being like, God damn it, this is killing me. So like, let's make them look poor. Maybe.
Oh, this is awesome.
Thank you. Any blocks anyone wants to shout out, or you can look at? We got anything here. So on the far left goes back 50,000 blocks. I'm gonna make a drop down so you could pick exactly, almost like a like trade view where you can see the different time views. And here, let's change the view. Oh wait, we haven't changed background yet. Okay, fun part. You can change the background to anything. Let's go this and change the lighting.
So what is the largest transaction ever?
Now that is a question I haven't answered yet, and right now if a block takes 2 seconds, I could basically do the whole chain in like I think 2 weeks. So in that, I will figure that out. And
I think there's a Mara block that's like 4 megabytes. That's one just big JPEG.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as sats.
See, that's what I was surprised. Like, it's actually a really simple question, and I know privacy-wise, like, it's not the best thing to, like, show for, but now in where we are today, like, I'd rather show that than show a giant 4 megger over and over everywhere. Any other questions? Now I'm just kind of just making this with different colors. I'm going to show you guys how to do a screenshot here. So let's say I want to take a picture of this guy. And that just saves. So it removes all the UI when you actually do the image. And I think it would be fun in here. I'm going to have create an FBX file from these scenes actually would work great, and bring that back into Blender. Adding depth of field, some different custom shaders. You could actually do a lot more with that. And I really just want to make like a literal camera for Bitcoin. And I've been a video person for so long at Bitcoin. This part and just living in 2D. And there was a couple 3D block explorers in the past, but they tried to show the history of the whole chain in one thing. And big shout out to Pedro's project. Now I'm blanking on the name. Oh, the Anatomy of Bitcoin. That I saw he has the right idea, but was going from like a cinematic part. And I was like, okay, I think I can try just the very narrow block and transaction. And something I just realized 2 nights ago, clearing the scene every time, but if I had almost like a fake chain or some line in between the blocks that didn't clear, you could have these almost historical structures would emerge from like all these transactions to this block. They could look like very complicated 3D scenes, but run really fast just because they're just cubes and coordinates as opposed to an FBX file.
So could you use this to like somehow like automatically build like a level for a game or a map for a game?
Not quite. It's so specific, and previous I was going to say if someone tried to one-shot this today, you could kind of get it working, but there's so much optimization just to get it to run smoothly that other use case, it would be confused. It wouldn't work great. But I like the thought.
Or to create like a topographic, like you use the forest view, and then that created a topographical level.
I could see it. And have you seen Michael Tidwell has a game, like a Block Hunters game too? He said he wanted to link to this just from in there. So maybe it actually would be part of that. It could be a piece of a game. Or use his, because he just has like these flat 2D maps that are all squares. So to your point, looking down from above and then having the different heights, it could totally be a map in his game. That could be cool. So here, this is a very egregious block here. What's going on here? All right, here's all these taproot spins. And something I'm learning along the way is just the heuristics of what to call what. And basically, my goal here today is I wanted to show this and demo it for the first time. And also, if anyone here wants to work on this, if you're back home watching this, or I have a private repo for this today that runs exactly as this does. But it definitely does still need a lot of work to get the hosted instance. And I promised myself I'd have this running before the 1,000,000th block, and now I'm like, it's the 900,000th block. I'm going to get this thing up and running, which may be 2 weeks too soon. Maybe 950. Sorry. No, you're right. Yeah, I'll go fast. And if you ever get lost, we got the reset camera button back here.
I'm just going to keep asking a lot of dumb questions.
Sure.
Is there any way this could be useful to miners?
I kind of think so. I mean, I like on Ocean
Are
Miner.
the miners looking
Yeah,
forward
where's
more than they're looking back? I don't know.
where? Oh, it used to be on the homepage. I loved Moon Nautical's. Ocean did a circle view of this view. So I've kind of always imagined it not replacing this, because I think this shows obviously something more important to us. But I think this view is just, it's a slight improvement or iteration of that same idea, that anyone could use these. And like, if it's an API and you're a miner, or sorry, on your website, you're a miner and you have this big public website you just use on the home page, you just grab every block that you hit. I mean, that'd be a cool way to use it.
Do you plan to have like a live mode, like the block that's being constructed?
I've been thinking about that. I talked to Nicholas Doré about how to, because I want the same view for the entire mempool, but that's a much, much bigger task. And he got 10 minutes into explaining to me. I was like, okay, I'm going to do the blocks first, transactions, and then mempool. I think I can get to it, especially if I break it into chunks. But WebSockets, I really need to add to this and learn a lot about to get that working, I think. Any other question? You're asking great questions.
Or have like a musical
Yeah.
interaction to it? I'm just thinking of all these things you could correlate it to that are just fun.
There's honestly, I've talked to TimeChain Calendar about it, and I think we want to work on something together to make. He has the best way of navigating through what blocks you want to go to, and he was like, "Dude, I was just about to try and make this." I was like, "Perfect. Well, we can just take this instead." So, and even when I first started working on it, maybe in 2020, there was a guy who was doing MIDI sounds from blocks, which I was like, oh, this is cool. People are playing with this thing. Like, I should do this. And honestly, we've had a lot of conversations about Core this past week, and I love Core, but that software is tough to run. And I spent a very stressful last 2 weeks on the latest version trying to get this full node completely synced and running, and I don't have all the transactions set all the way up to, I think I'm at like 850,000, but it was brutal, and I was up till 4 a.m. last night, and the last 20 blocks should have been, it said 7 minutes, it took an hour, and so it's tough software to use, and I love it, but yeah, exactly, yeah. And I would say it's mostly a user's fault. Someone much more intelligent than me could probably run it much better in a lot of different ways. But I got 19 minutes left. You guys want to look at blocks? I went through a little too fast. Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, on that, Luke, what do you think of this block here? This was the ocean block that had these inscriptions in it. I was surprised that was what I was looking at and had to double check. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. And I was like, do the filters not work? And then it could just be anyone choosing to mine whatever they choose to. That makes sense. So that's kind of that makes sense. Yeah, this is why the default values are so important. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll wrap it up. Wait, sorry, one more time?
If you add some deep linking to the URLs, like you could just point them and block it, so then essentially it opens the page showing exactly like a specific block, instead of like having to search, just a new feature.
Do you mean like showing each block in a new window, or you mean the transaction in a new window?
No, like you have, well, let's say, because right now you have 127 is local, but if it's some kind of a website, right? You could just kind of add a parameter at the top in the URL to like, well, this is the block I want to see. So
Yes.
it just opens
Yes,
up
okay.
like that, like deep linking for different, queries, essentially, just visualize.
Yes,
Yeah.
could definitely do that. And that's the thing, I don't have this hosted yet, and that should be, and it should just be an API endpoint that anyone could just generate blocks from, or just put that in the URL and that block appears. Yes, I have this as a private repo right now, if you're interested in trying, and I'm happy to share it.
Ideally, there's like a Docker container, then you can spin it up pretty easily, on your machine without worrying about how to set it up.
Exactly. I've Rockstar developer shouted at him. He's been a huge help with me and working with me on this. He first saw, I was like, oh, let's put this in BTCPay Server. Someone spins it up. It's just a plugin. Docker. Distribution part, I've not started on that side yet, but definitely I should do that.
Yeah, just getting up to the Docker file level that makes it easy to then pick it up and run with it however you want. So.
Yes, definitely do that. Cool. We're good. 30 minutes. We still got 15 minutes. Shit. That's pretty quiet. Okay, cool. Everybody good? Cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, and Bitcoin++ for having me.